Alright, welcome everybody to my first Planet Zoo release live stream. Just doing a mic check. If you can confirm in chat if all the audio is working fine. And then we'll get started. Alright, so my music is currently set to 60, which I think may be a bit low, but we'll see. Settings so far seem fine. It looks like it's transferred over from the beta. Yeah, I think everything's transferred from the beta. I'm going to try to run everything on the highest settings because to give you guys, the best ultra settings to see how the game actually full runs on, and hopefully that shouldn't impact my FPS too much. I did have some bit of lag in the beta, bit of FPS drop, but it should be fine. See here. Everything seems fine. I was told to disable terrain collision, which would allow me to manipulate terrain through stuff like exhibit walls. Disable scenery collision seems nice. Track collision. This is for trains and that. Is there music in that menu? This is the music right now, which is seems a bit weird, eh? This is the soundtrack volume. Don't have anything muted. Alright, create my avatar. So this is unimportant. Just randomize. I'm gonna do an adult.
Whoa. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, music's a bit soft. Let's turn it up a bit. There we go. Okay, avatar's not important for me. Got some Steam achievements there. Alright, so we're gonna start with career mode because I'm thinking of doing either franchise mode or challenge mode in the actual offline, so that I can actually do sped up stuff, because you guys don't want me here forever doing like speed builds and that. So we're gonna do career mode. I think career mode is the one that people are most excited to watch my stream anyway.
Yep.
Oh, that's cool. So we got the entire world here. This is my first time playing on release, by the way. Like, I have not touched this game because it kind of released at a really weird hour for me. It released at midnight for me. So I was like, I could do a midnight stream, but I would be competing with other streamers and Frontier Zone release stream. So I was like, you know what? Let's just wait 8 hours, wake up, and then have a stream. All right. So also this was the tutorial. This was the tutorial that we did in the beta, and so that's carried over. So I've earned the 3 stars there, so that's fine. Madagascar Simian Conservation Project. This is also a tutorial. So this is what I was excited for. Hopefully they added more tutorials for me to explore the new mechanics. And since I'm fairly new to this game in a sense, we might as well play the tutorial. Is the combination of Bernard Goodwin. So the same characters carrying over. Work in the region, specializing in simian breed and release programs, as well as championing and highlighting diverse species of apes and monkeys. I never want to be complacent. Bernard now wants to see what you can do in this most promising of locations. Alright, so I think we'll start this. It shouldn't take more than like 15-20 minutes maybe, just to get a feel for things, get comfortable, see how the stream's doing. Can't wait to see me build stuff. For me, building takes a long time. Like if I want to make something detailed, it takes a long time. So
Welcome to Madagascar. It's quite the change of scenery from dreary old England, huh? Apart from the weather, I suppose. They don't call these places rainforests for nothing. The zoo you'll be working in is an ape sanctuary, where we're doing vitally important conservation work. Not just for apes, but for all kinds of species. But apes, well, apes are some of the closest relatives to humans there are. And yet, the way the world treats them is like, well, very much like some of us treat our actual relatives. Anyway, that's why I'm determined that our operation here does some good. If we can all leave some part of the world in a better state than we found it, we'll have lived lives worth living. And speaking of states, I have a horrible feeling I left the house in the right one. When I get back, I expect my life won't be worth living at all.
What do you think of Madagascar then? Bit warm for my taste, to be honest. Anyway, this is Bernie's primate sanctuary. It's not just primates, though. We've got all sorts of animals. So why don't we go and have a look at some of them, eh? We'll start by taking a look at the red-ruffed lemurs. They're the ones that look like they should be in a Shakespeare play. Come on, let's head over to them. Red-ruffed lemurs are found in the rainforests of Masuala. That's in northeast Madagascar. They can actually live anywhere from 15 up to 25 years. Fancy that, eh? Okay, when you're ready, let's go find our Bornean orangutans.
is there no 1080p option? This is... I'm just doing some running tests. I was afraid I might not have the bandwidth to do 720p... Sorry, 1080p 60 FPS. So I'm just doing 720p 60 FPS for now, just to test things and see. But it looks like I do have some spare bandwidth left over. So we'll see how we go. So right now my FPS currently is like 60 something FPS, which is not too great, but I mean for a park that's built up detail like this, and this is a fairly well detailed park right now, with 2,000 guests, 60 FPS isn't too bad. Is the stream lagging? I think the stream is slightly lagging. So yeah, this is what I was afraid of, because right now on my end it's running out fine with like 70 FPS. But my bandwidth might not be good enough to stream in 1080p. So 720p, just to see things for now, and then we'll see. Right, so these are red ruffed lemurs. So these are newly confirmed animals. I did have them as a possibility. It looks like they're in the game. Red ruffed lemurs. Very interesting. So... this is a Madagascan theme park. Let's see
The
what we have
Bornean
here.
orangutan is such a marvellous creature. They're always a big favourite at any zoo they feature in, and they're also the biggest tree-dwelling animal on the planet. Assuming you don't count any lions that got stuck up one. Oh, why don't you take a better look at them? Open up their information panel and go into the animal camera.
So we have Luca here, a Bornean orangutan. Funny to have orangutans in a Madagascar theme park, but I guess there's only like, what, 2 Madagascan animals in this in this in the planets of release. I think there's only like a red ruff lemurs and the ringtail lemur, right? There's no other medic. Is there a zoopedia? I want to see all the animals. So I was told not to be too surprised because the data mined showcased a lot of what was actually going to begin. So we have the bongo. So this was highly expected. This was very, very like Chinese pangolin. So I actually had the giant pangolin. No, this is story mode. This I'm testing out the story modes for now. I do want to play franchise or challenge mode, the offline franchise mode, in my own. I want to continue the conservatory, which is my idea. So this is the release stream. I'm just playing some campaign, just to get a feel for things. So Chinese pangolin, this is new, critically endangered. I mean, they could have put the giant pangolin in. Formosan black bear, this was a bit of a surprise, but this is an Asiatic black bear, so the moon bear. This is a subspecies of it, so I actually had the Asiatic black bear as an expected species, so I'm fairly happy that's in. This is not important for me. I couldn't really care less about these. 2 scorpions. Giant panda, yes. Oh my god, it's in. Gear monster. This is, I know this is a favorite for a lot of people. Golden poison frog. This was the last confirmed. This was confirmed like 2 weeks before the game released. Some more insects and arachnids. Goliath frog. Oh, flamingo. So flamingo's in. This was not data mined, but this was I got a message on Discord like 24 hours before. Someone leaked the roster and this was in. So yes, we actually have a flamingo in, which kind of poses the question why there aren't more birds. There's only the Indian peafowl greater flamingo, right? Or if you don't count the ostrich. Komodo, this is a deluxe edition, Japanese macaque. So this is new. Lemon's poison frog, this was already confirmed. Nyala. Oh, this is a African savanna, actually more of a grassland antelope. Wow, this is interesting. Nyala. We have pygmy hippo, pronghorn antelope, puff adder, red panda, of course, red ruff lemurs, which is the new animal we just found out. Yeah, so only 2 lemurs. Iberian tiger, another tiger. Western diamondback rattlesnake. So yeah, I predicted at least 1 rattlesnake will make it into the game. So yeah, not a shabby means, but there are some disappointments. I'm not seeing any leopards. I'm not seeing any jaguars. Actually, I want to pull up my my spreadsheet because I still have my spreadsheets from way back. Let's see if there's any predictions. Google spreadsheet. Okay, so I did have some expected. So I had the African leopard, the addax, the Arctic fox, bald eagle, bighorn sheep, caribou / reindeer, clouded leopard, the cougar, emperor penguin, fennec fox, giant anteater, ibex, jaguar, llama / alpaca, the markhor, the meerkat, the moose, the polar bear, Przewalski's wild horse, the red kangaroo, and the white / black rhinoceros. So those are the animals that I expected that are not in the game. So that is interesting. There are a lot of snakes. There are a lot of snakes indeed. I was wondering if you need a good PC. I think you do fairly need a good PC, but I do have some people in my Discord that don't have great PCs, and they're running it on like the lowest settings possible, and they're still being able to run it. So I think maybe if you turn down the settings like full down low, maybe you can try. But as long as you meet like the bare minimum PC requirements, you should be fine. Alright, so let's go back to the game. Enter Bornean orangutan animal camera. Alright, so let's see. How many orangutans do we have? So we have Sarwenda. So 2 juveniles and 2 adults will be... Oh, that's really cool how they climb up here. Right, let's enter the camera mode. Wind their penguins. Man, I am
Aren't they just
so
incredible?
disappointed there are no penguins.
When you're ready, let's go and have a look-see at some of our beautiful bonobos. They're quite the
Bonobos?
characters.
Bonobos? I'm surprised they added bonobos because bonobos are very similar to chimpanzees. They are in fact a sister species to chimpanzee. So I was hoping they would add, save the slot for maybe another ape, another primate. Like a siamang or a gibbon or a...
Oh dear! It looks like we've arrived
baboon?
just in time. One of the habitat's barriers has collapsed.
Oh.
And wouldn't you know it, one of the bonobos has made a run for it. We'll need to catch them. But before we do, we should box up the other bonobos to stop them escaping too. Select the habitat boundary to bring up the habitat information panel.
Okay.
Good. Now open the Animals tab. And click on Box All Animals to box up the remaining bonobos.
Okay, so I see this guy. He's escaping right now.
We'll need a vet to recapture that escaped bonobo. But it seems our last one left to do some research in the wild. Not an ideal situation. So, we'll need to hire a replacement, Sharpish.
Is this like
Go
Harambe
into
all
the
over
zoo
again?
section and then into the staff management area. You can find all of your staff in
We
here.
have gorillas in this
But there's
park?
no time to go looking at their
Oh, we
particulars
have
at the
hippos in this
moment.
park.
Hire a vet.
Hire a vet. Vet.
Now,
Okay.
click on one of the paths to place the vet in your zoo. Great. Now let's deal with our escapee before they can cause too much havoc.
Where's our
Use
escapee?
the animal alerts to jump to the escaped bonobo.
Use our animal alerts. Oh, this is broken barrier. Animal alerts. Okay. This guy's been boxed.
And then click on the Call Vet button to call the vet over to capture it.
So automatically does it. Okay.
Okay, that's
Does
a
anyone
relief.
smell?
So while the
Hello
vet
from
deals
Australia.
with
I'm from
our
Australia
bonobo
as well.
friend, let's go fix up their habitat
Streaming in the
so
morning.
they can't escape again.
Does anyone smell
Head
an
back
Australian
over
animal
there.
DLC? I smell an Australian animal DLC for sure. They did not add the red kangaroo, which is my expectation. I honestly thought that would at least add that, but since they didn't add that, they didn't add koalas. The only Australian animal, in a sense, is the saltwater crocodile. And that's a stretch because it's not an exclusive Australian animal, right? Like it's all the way to like India and it's all the way to the Philippines, so you can't even count it as an exclusive Australian animal. But it is pretty famous in Australia, the saltwater crocodile. But yeah, pretty disappointed there are no Australian animals, but that just really homes in the point that there will be an Australian DLC for sure.
As you can see, the barrier's collapsed. Someone's taken their eye off the ball, obviously. Let's get this one replaced. Select the barrier and then we'll edit it. Delete the broken section of barrier and replace it with a brand spanking new one.
We'll delete this. Bit longer, please.
Good. Now that we've done that, we need to make sure to add climb-proof barriers to the top. That way the bonobos won't be able to climb out. Just make sure
Climb-proof
you've got the
barriers.
correct piece of barrier selected
Oh,
when
yeah.
you do that.
So this was in the beta.
Okay, so go into the options section and select which side the climb-proof barrier needs to go on. And don't get it wrong. We're more worried about bonobos climbing out than guests climbing in. Nicely done. And
There we
I
go.
think it's high
So that's
time
the
we
right
unbox
side.
those bonobos,
So
wouldn't
this
you
is
say?
the axis, actually.
The poor mites will get sad if we leave them in there for too long. Select the habitat barrier to bring up the habitat information panel again. And then open the Animals tab.
Unbox all animals.
And finally, click on Unbox All Animals to let them out.
Sweet.
I expect some of them are fair bursting for the toilet. So, it turns out that as well as the old vet leaving, the zoo's mechanics did too. We'll need to hire a couple of new ones
We have
so we
some
can help
zookeepers
stop
already.
any more breakouts. You see, mechanics do all sorts of helpful things around the zoo, but one of their most important jobs is taking care of the habitat barriers. Without mechanics around to repair them, the barriers will crack, crumble and fall down. And before you know it, we'll be overrun with escaped animals. Go into the zoo section and then into the staff management area again. Hire a mechanic and then click on a path to place them in the zoo.
Okay.
And then click on the path again to hire a second mechanic. As you can see, you don't have to go back into staff management if you're hiring lots of the same type of staff member.
Alright, we got our first bronze star. That was
we have
pretty easy.
been busy, haven't we? Good work there. I'm off for a cuppa. Oh, I think Bernie wants a word with you.
Penguins might come as a free small update on Christmas. Yeah, possibly.
Oh, I hear you had a bit of an issue with an escaped bonobo. The main thing is that
Maybe
you
with
dealt with it
polar
swiftly,
bears?
and more importantly, without the
Reindeers?
animals stealing someone's clothes,
Caribou?
putting them on, and then walking out of the front gate.
What other polar animals are there?
You see, another
Arctic
key
fox?
responsibility for our vets is animal research. Researching animals allows vets to unlock new enrichment items, additional information for our education resources, enhanced breeding programs, and improvements to food quality.
There is an eastern brown.
The
Oh
animals
yeah, there
food,
is,
not the
right?
vets.
Eastern brown snake.
It'll take more than a research grant to improve the
That's
staff
true.
canteen. Anyway, as
So
you
there
can
are
see,
some- there are
research
two
is
reptiles,
a
I
key
guess.
part of running your zoo.
Saltwater crocodile and the eastern brown
In
snake.
order for a vet to undertake research, they require a research centre. And once again, that's something that this zoo is missing. So let's build one.
I'm surprised I
I've marked out
added
an area
that,
for
but
you to
not
put
like a
it.
Taipan or something, because I think Frontier are going for extremes. Because if you look at all the giants they added, right? I think they didn't even know what to add for like the giant insects and the arachnids. So they just added like the giant versions of them, because they didn't even know how to choose. So they added like the largest beetle in the world. They added like the largest spider in the world. They added the largest scorpions in the world, the largest cockroach in the world. So why not add the largest snake, the green anaconda? Why not add the most venomous snake in the world, the inland taipan? But the eastern brown snake is like the second most venomous snake in the world, I think. It's funny, Australia has like the most dangerous animals. We have like the top 4, I think, most venomous snakes in the world. There is anaconda. Yes, there's the yellow anaconda, but the green anaconda... I was hoping for the green anaconda, because I do have a special place in my heart for the green anaconda. Because it is the largest snake in the world. And I kind of want to add a green anaconda in my park, you know? It's just something about... But it's... I feel like it's... it can't fit in the exhibit, like the terrarium. I don't think you can fit it in there. It definitely needs to be in an open style exhibit. Which poses questions for its humidity. For its very strict
Now,
humidity.
you've probably noticed that there's already a building where I want you to build the research centre. Don't
Okay.
worry. You see, the building that's currently there is actually a hollow shell. So we're able
Let's
to
do that
place
now.
our new building inside of it. If you select the research centre for placement and then hover over the shell, you'll see that it asks if you want to add the research centre to the existing building. Okay, click to add it to the building. Oh, but that won't place it in just yet, though. First, we'll need to rotate our research centre so it automatically connects to the path when we place it.
Right, okay.
Right. Splendid work. Now that we have a brand spanking new research centre, we can give our vets something to do in there.
Let's,
Oh, by the way, it's worth noting
Log
that the
wall,
vets
right?
will only do research when they're not required to do any other jobs. That said, you can change what
Let's
jobs
finish the
vet
architecture
does
as well.
via their information panel.
let's do the log
Let's
wall.
not worry about that just now.
Log wall 4-meter door.
So, let's get our vet researching ringtail lemurs. Go into the zoo section and select vet research.
Outside placement area. Oh, so the tutorial doesn't let me place it. Yeah, I'm gonna save all my creative skills for like another story mode. I think this is just the tutorial. I don't think we're allowed to build that much stuff. Begin researching the ringtail lemur to level 5. Okay, so based on my knowledge of the beta,
Here, you can see a list of all the animals present in your zoo. And also all the potential diseases.
so we
that
do
can
have all the
occur.
primates
Now,
in this
drag
zoo.
and drop your vet onto
is
the
a true
ringtail
simian
lemur
park.
to start their research.
Ringtail, right? Not red ruffs. What are these? Visiting players. I have some visiting players. Any of these are you guys? 2 visiting players. Hi, Auntie and Bunny. Okay. Begin researching ringtail lemur to level 5.
Actually, thinking about it, I'm not sure we've got any education boards or speakers by the lemur's habitat. Let's head over there and add some, so our guests can learn all about
Penguins, polar bears,
their
Arctic
furry
fox.
little
Yep,
delights.
so Arctic fox was expected for me. Polar bears was expected. Emperor penguin was expected. Snow owl. Snow owl's a bit iffy because I think that's more of an aviary animal, and I think aviary will be a DLC. Seals. I did have the California sea lion. That's not really a polar animal, but I did have the California sea lion as an expected. A long expected, I know, because it is more of an aquatic animal. But I hopefully wanted them to add it, so it's not in. So hopefully we'll get a marine DLC, and I'm still going to do my marines prediction. So we'll cover a lot of cetaceans and mammals there, like seals and dolphins, and some of the more critically endangered cetaceans like the Amazonian river dolphin and stuff like that, the baju.
First off, let's pop down 2 education boards. Place them on the habitat barriers at a height that guests can see, or, if you like, pop them down on a stand.
Place 2 education boards for ringtail lemur. Place 2 education speakers for ringtail lemur. Okay. So there should be already... Yeah, there's already... Isn't there a blueprint for these? My blue... Oh my god, my blueprints got saved, guys. Look at this. It's my conservatory. Alright, yeah, so I saved as much as I could. So, looks like we will be continuing the conservatory. So this is my... There's a rock cafe. This is my glass dome that I was working on. This is locked. Oh, because this is my null monitor enclosure. So we don't have null monitors obviously here. Staff building. Alright, so I saved those blueprints. Saved a couple of buildings of blueprints. So that's nice to see. Alright, place 2 education boards for ring-tailed lemur. I swear there was a blueprint for these. Right. Let's try education. Oh. Board. No? Really? There's no... I have to construct one from scratch. Alrighty then. I forgot where it was. Facilities. How about education board? Okay. Also, we can actually, if we do align to surface, we can actually attach it to one of these poles here. I guess we'll just do one right here. Make sure it's aligned. That's fairly aligned enough. Make sure no heads are being hit.
And from the drop-down list, select ring-tailed lemur.
Ring-tailed lemur.
Although I'm
There
sure
we go.
that last part was obvious. When you link an education board or a speaker to an animal, you need to make sure that said animal is close by. If it isn't, the guests will get confused and won't learn as much.
True. That's very true. Oh wait, they're already set up already. Here. Okay, that's my bad. They already set some up here, so we should build... And this zoo is getting very busy indeed. Alright, let's try to attach... I guess this all automatically locks together.
Okay, now that they've been put into position, we have to tell them what animal to display information about. Select one of the education boards to bring up its information panel.
There you go. So red ruff, ring-tailed lemurs, sorry. Another ring-tailed lemur.
Okay, now that we've done the education boards, let's pop down a pair of speakers. Speakers play audio to the guests, so
Education
they can learn while they
speakers.
look at the animals, instead of having to go through the laborious process of reading.
So these I'm going to put on the
One
poles.
thing to bear in mind is that it's important not to put the speakers too close together. If you do, the guests won't be able to understand what's being said. Now we simply need to link the speakers to the ring-tailed lemurs.
And then we can
just like
change
you
the
did with
radius as
education
well.
boards.
So we have some speakers around, so make sure they don't overlap. So we got this speaker here.
Fantastic. Oh, it's worth remembering that education boards and speakers both need power to work. They won't do much good without it. Oh, it looks as though our vet has completed their research on ring-tailed lemurs. We'll need to collect the results. We can do that by clicking on the notification or by going back into the vet research area.
It's been in a box too long. Maybe we should solve this first. Or maybe this is a mission. So, actually, let's just leave this for now, because it might be a mission that we need to do. So, we finished the research. Let's see what we unlock.
Go on, collect your research rewards. Just so you know, vets will continue to research an animal even after successfully completing a research level. I suppose when you're in the zone, you're in the zone.
It didn't show me what I got.
Well, now that we've enriched the lives of our guests, let's enrich the lives of our ring-tailed lemurs. Some animals, like
that screen
lemurs,
is meant
will
to
have
show
a
you
climbing need.
all the unlocks
that means
that
they have a
you've just
requirement for a
unlocked.
certain amount of climbing space, and you can fulfill that requirement by building them a climbing frame. Let's find out how much more climbing space our lemur friends need, shall we? Select one of them and bring up their information panel.
So this is one of our lemurs.
Click on the Terrain tab.
Or Mejoro. Very Spanish name, if it's Spanish, I guess it's like Mejoro. 6.4 years old, which is
now, as you can see, the lemurs need
fairly
quite a
old.
lot more climbing space. But as it happens, I've already got a climbing frame blueprint built for you. So you can either pop that down or build one yourself from scratch. By the way, it's not always just climbing needs that you have to worry about. Other animals might need a certain amount of water in their habitat so they can go for a swim. They certainly do keep us on our toes.
Let's just plop one down. I want to experiment by myself. In maybe another stream or in the sandbox or challenge mode or franchise, whatever I decide to play. For now, we'll just use their presets. A nice space going here. Actually not flying in the air. I wonder if the lemur can jump from here, outside. I actually want to test that. So, I want to test the limits of this game. Let's try.
Oh, that's a great climbing frame for them. They're going to absolutely love it.
They're gonna absolutely
Do you
love
know
jumping
what would
off
make them
the
even
fence.
happier, though? Nicer food. But that's true of all of us, though, isn't it? You can unlock better quality food for animals through research. Luckily, we've already unlocked some for the lemurs, so all that remains is to make sure they get served it from now on. Let's bring up the habitat information panel by selecting the lemur habitat. Lovely. Now select the Animals tab.
Oh, I hear the keyboard. This is musical keyboard enrichment. I didn't actually know lemurs have the intellect to actually do this, but I guess it's called a play. I've seen orangutans do this. Most recently I went to Melbourne Zoo and they had like a think tank for the orangutans. I think it was a Sumatran orangutan. And they had like a Lego set, a keyboard for them, a xylophone. Very interesting. Okay, so now we need to set the food quality to grade 2. Kind of forgot how to do that. I think in the beta, what I did was I selected the food dish, but I can't find the food dish for now.
Lovely. Now select the Animals tab.
How do we select the Animals tab? Select the barrier. Alright, so we gotta select the ringtail lemur, the Animals tab.
There we go. As you can see,
So
we
you can set
the
food quality here as
in
well.
here. Just click on the drop-down menu and select Grade 2 Food Quality. Grade 2 Food Quality.
About
My
10
mouth's
bucks
already
extra. Not
watering.
that bad.
So, a new climbing frame and better food. Oh,
Where
you've
is the food
really
dish? I wanna
spoilt
see
those
what
lemurs
they-
rotten. Now, I think it's time we looked at one of the zoo's most important responsibilities.
Let's watch where this guy goes.
Releasing animals into the wild. You see, when we feel an animal is ready, we can release them into the wild. But
Where is the food
what
dish?
makes an animal a good candidate for release? Well, their age is an important factor. I mean, we can't release an animal that's a juvenile, just as we can't release one that's gotten too old. They'll also need to be fertile. After all, the idea is to repopulate the wild, so the best candidates will have a high fertility gene. And together, the age and fertility of a candidate will determine how many conservation credits we'll be rewarded when we release them. Now, conservation credits are vitally important. They're the lifeblood of your zoo, because earning them allows you to adopt even more animals. And what's more, the animals you can adopt will be of a higher quality. So, with that in mind, let's pop over to our orangutan habitat.
I wanted to see where the feeder was so I can see what they're actually feeding them. So there's a roll of feeder. Is that it? Is this it? No, this is it's a port. I'm hearing protests. Okay, so I think one of my primates are unhappy. Alright, let's continue.
Okay, I'd like you to find Agang, the Bornean orangutan in the habitat,
Agang.
and select him, please. You can either click through each orangutan in turn, or select the habitat barrier, go to the animals tab in the habitat information panel, and find him in the animals list.
Again. Here we are. Release Agang to the wild. So this is a 13.7 years old Agang Bornean orangutan. So quite old. Actually, considering he's just entering his adult life. So it's not that old, actually. I don't quite remember how long orangutans live to on average in captivity. Possibly a very long time. So releasing this guy into the wild. 1,000? Really? Well, I only start with like 1.7k. Lifespan remaining, fertility remaining. Oh, so this guy's a fairly healthy, very healthy, just entered his adult life. Very good genes as well. So yeah, this guy is very
I know
lucrative
it's
specimen.
sad to see him go, but he'll be happy out in the wild. And he's a wonderful candidate for release. Young, strong, and fertile. Excellent work there. You've definitely got potential, you know.
Ah, I see you've been doing some homework. Although, it hardly
Check
seems
out on
like
some
work
other
when you're
animals.
learning about something as adorable as a ring-tailed lemur. I imagine I'd have got much better grades at school if there'd been less algebra and more aldebra.
Oh
Tortoises.
Okay, so far we've done a lot of work with habitat animals, but now it's time to learn all about exhibit animals. Let's build a brand new exhibit. I've marked an area for our new exhibit. How about we head over there?
So this is a red ruff lemur. So never seen this guy before. Very nice adaptation, I gotta say. I was hoping for the cockerel sifaka actually, as a second lemur, but I guess this is fine. This is I had it as a possibility. I had the cockerel sifaka as a likely candidate. Also had a small inkling for the injury. Even though injuries aren't in captivity, I really wanted them. They're probably my favorite lemur. Alright. And now we gotta build some
Lovely.
exhibits.
Now let's build a new exhibit in the gap that's been left. Just add it to the building like we did with the research centre
What
earlier.
animal is this?
Then pop it into the gap.
The Lesser Antillean iguana. Cool. Alright, so... Oh, we're building a gear monster. Alright, so... Gear monster is also another one of those... New? How do I edit this? Build a new exhibit. I kind of wanted to snap to this. Is there speaker music playing? Oh, that's the music coming from the vendors. Yeah, so this is a return to Planet Coaster. Planet Coaster had really nice vendors. They played music. They added into the immersion of the park, which I really enjoyed. Right, let's build a Gear Monster exhibit. So it looks like I'm just gonna have to plop this down. Can't really lock it. Yeah, I can't lock it. Oh, I can add it to the group. Oh, there we go. Okay, so...
Perfect. The
Like that.
next thing to do is adopt an exhibit animal to go in there. How about a Gila monster? Open up the exhibit trading section and adopt one.
Okay. Gear Monster. Nelle. Animals being adopted for cash cannot be released to the wild. Okay.
Just as we do with habitat animals, we need to
Only
send
one?
the Gila monster to the exhibit. Click on the exhibit to send it there.
Send to zoo.
When you
There
send
we
an
go.
animal to an exhibit,
desert.
it'll automatically be given the correct setup.
There's a theme.
But that doesn't mean it's completely ready for them. So let's finish it off. We'll start by adding some enrichment items. Click on the exhibit to bring up its information panel. Good. Now click on the Layout tab. Oh, well, it looks like we've only got the enrichment level 1 items unlocked at the moment. Never mind. Let's turn on at least one
Let's
of
close
them,
this
the
window.
Gila monster.
So there's no fighting between walls between the Antillean iguana and the Gear Monster. Right, what are we meant to do? We change the window. Add an enrichment, set the temperature and humidity. Okay, so we add enrichments. So hiding places. I really like this desert exhibit. Very nicely crafted. I honestly thought they would be lazy and just add like a set exhibit for every animal, but it's clear they did it.
As I'm sure you know by now, you can unlock more enrichment levels by having one of your vets do some research. Now we'll also need to set the temperature and humidity in the exhibit. These are vitally important for keeping our Gila monster happy and comfortable. Click on the Climate
Like
tab.
that. Climate tab.
Here, you can see the Gila monster's desired temperature and humidity. You can
So it's
change
too
both
humid?
of these by adjusting
Makes
the dials
sense.
below.
It's a desert animal.
Make sure it's going to be nice and cozy.
But it wants a bit more heat. So 38 seems fine. So it's about 20.
There's also an exhibit education board.
21%?
Pop them down near your exhibits to teach your guests about them.
That should be
Let's
good.
add one now.
Do we have the Gear Monster? We do. Where is she? She's hiding, I think? Place one exhibit board for the Gear Monster. We're gonna put it right on this side. Yeah, so exhibits actually have a different education board. They have this smaller, interactive one. Let me try to attach this properly. Let's remove this so I can see properly. Make sure it's connected to the wall. We can go in a bit more. Gear Monster.
Lovely stuff. Now our guests can learn all about our venomous friend here. Right, now, I've got a bit of a big job for you. I need you to increase the number of species in the zoo. You'll probably want to adopt both habitat and exhibit animals to do so, which will mean building plenty of new habitats and exhibits for them.
Is the gear monster
Go on,
glitched?
off you pop. I'll check in with you when you're almost
Maybe.
done.
Where is it? Oh no, there's an underground burrow. Oh. I think she's hiding in there. Oh, there he is. Oh, so this is a see-through burrow. That's cool. So this is the hiding place that they were talking about. Ah, I thought they were hiding. I thought. Right, so the entrance. Yes, so the entrance is through this rock here, and then they climb underground, and then they hide in here. It's not really hiding though, because it's like glass, but that's cool. Alright, so confirm the gear monster is not glitched, it works. Have at least 12 species in the zoo. We have 9 right now. Telling me to build a new exhibit? What animals do we are even available? So we have the bear's tapir. Bonobos we already have in the park. The orangutans, the hippos. I'm going to check out the hippos. I saw them before. Somewhere. Where are my hippos? We have mandrills as well. There we go, hippos. This is a... Looks like a very flimsy fencing for it. The 2 hippos. Nice. I think... Well, it's kind of making it fairly obvious that the game wants us to make some beards tapir. We already have mandrills, red ruff lemurs. We don't have chimpanzees either. I think I'm going to go for the bear's tapir. Don't tell me these cost. Don't tell me I have to spend my conservation credits now. I can adopt one right here. It's a fairly old female. I guess I can buy a very cheap one. We'll do a very old female here. Yeah, because I don't want to spend money, right? I mean, I don't want to spend my conservation credits. Not, especially not in the tutorial. So there's only one bear's tapir. Available for cash. Damn, that's... Yeah, I really don't want to spend my conservation credits. I guess we'll buy a cheap one. Fairly old. Yeah, she's less old, but she's more expensive. Ah, stop it. Alright, 3 bear's tapir, just to start things off. Gorillas? There's no gorillas, unfortunately, in the animal trading. I think they just want me to work with whatever we have. Okay, so let's do a bear's tapir exhibit. They kind of built a thing right here for us to go down. This is going to be the guest path. This is going to be the staff path. So we're going to have the staff entrance somewhere here. So let's see. We want to do a fairly large one for the bear's tapir. I do want some water with the bear's tapir though. Tapirs are known for being a bit of a wetland animal. Tropical rainforest and that. Not very good place to build a wetland. I guess we can sort of having it go down here. Maybe we can expand. Exhibit species count, yes, so I'm banking on it because there's only like the western chimpanzee and the bear's tapir that we haven't done, and that's only 2 species. So we need one more. Alright, so let's start building our Baird's taper. One-way glass, wood logs. Is this all of it, really? I was expecting more for the base game. Electric fencing. Is there any electric fencing in like real life zoos? That's kind of cruel, isn't it? I mean, it's not like we're hosting dinosaurs here. I think we'll just go for the chain link, good old chain link. Yeah, I think we're gonna curve. Let's try this. So we're gonna pop like so, and then we're gonna curve it. Let's do curve barrier top. Can we curve this fence? Don't think we can curve chain link. We can curve glass, fairly certain. Don't think we can curve this. We couldn't curve wood logs in beta, so there's still a wood log here for it to fit into our obstructed. Okay. Let's just do small increments then. Yes, this is campaign. This is like the second mission. First mission was already completed from my beta, so that already unlocked. Okay, let's do some angle snap here, so make sure we get first we gotta snap it down, and then we'll angle snap it. So that's a tip there, if you want it straight. Then we'll expand the length a bit. Maybe do 4-meter pieces. Probably gonna go for glass or maybe chain link on this side. How big do we want this? Probably fairly big. The height definitely needs to increase. I'll change that in a bit. Really? There are cases of electrical fencing in zoos? Because mostly, I think most zoos are adopting the Bronx Zoo style where they do moats now, right? That saves up on actually building a fence, which is kind of considered an eyesore for guests. Yeah, most of the zoos I go to now, except for, I guess it's more of a money issue really, because I think it's more expensive to construct elaborate moats that stop animals from escaping rather than building a fence. So it's definitely a money issue, and you see a lot of zoos in the Western world. They tend to do the moat. They tend to do the moats, but then some poorer zoos, like I've been to Asia and I've seen some poorer zoos, and they tend to do actual fencing. So I guess, yeah, it just depends. But elephants, most zoos make a steep decline in their terrain. Yeah, so I've seen like Asian elephant exhibits, they tend to just do like a giant moat pool around, like a deep pool where a steep decline into like a deep pool where the elephants don't really want to go, so they stick away from that. Or like they use like natural rocks as well. I think that's another technique. Yeah, definitely need to raise the height, especially around these areas. Let's raise it a bit more. The game feels a bit smoother than the beta. Maybe this side as well. That's there, good enough. Hopefully they don't escape. I don't think the tapers are very escapable. Can't climb. They can swim out, maybe. Don't think they're strong enough to bash down a fence, but we'll see. Alright, so we only have one viewing area. So I want to turn this area into like a kind of a pool. Here in Portugal, had an electric fence for the mandrills, but it wasn't that dangerous. Yeah, see, the thing I feel is that I get that electric fences are like the goal is for them to stop animals escaping, but when the animals actually attempt to escape and they get electrocuted, isn't that a bit of a wouldn't that piss off a lot of animal rights groups? So if a mandrill attempts to escape on, say, a chain link fence compared to an electric fence, I can see my local zoo, they're slowly making the exhibits, but the lack of money is mainly the issue. This is what I found out a lot when I've been traveling around the world and seeing other zoos outside of my home country, which is Australia. Australia has some really good zoos, by the way. Even in my hometown, Sydney, we have like 2 great zoos. We have an Australia Zoo, which is Steve Irwin's zoo that he opened, and that's like probably the best zoo I've been to. And Melbourne Zoo is also great. It's got like the most species in Australia. But yeah, outside of Australia, I'm starting to notice money is a big issue in a lot of the Asian zoos. I've been to Southeast Asian zoos and they're pretty run down, you know, but they still focus on like the conservation and stuff, especially zoos in Malaysia where they have a lot of endangered animals. So I think that's fine. Looks fine. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do some sort of pool here. Sculpted terrain. Alright, let's test our non-locking water. There we go. Okay, so that's an issue right there. But to solve that, I'm going to turn on... So I think it's this. Turn off this. I really love this song. You guys should listen to this song. This is my favorite song in the beta, but I cannot find it anywhere. And usually people upload Planet Zoo Frontier music because it's like not copyrighted. So you can upload into playlist. But I can't find this song anywhere. This song is my favorite song. It's so soft, kind of sad a bit, very melancholy, very dreamy. Let's do sand at the bottom. I believe some zoos may have some hot wire tops on barriers, but it's usually not the first line of containment. That's true actually, thinking about that. It should never be the first line of containment. But it should be like the last line of containment, right? Like, it's like the Harambe thing, where people didn't want him to get shot. People wanted him to be tranquilized, but I think in that situation, they call it euthanization. I think there's some situations where it's like the last stop, where it's like, okay, this scenario is too dangerous for us to continue. So yeah, I guess in a sense, electrical fencing is pretty good for like a kind of a last stopgap measure. I don't imagine it to be huge. But if I was opening a dinosaur theme park though, man, every single fence has to be electrical fencing. God damn. Okay. This is sort of a nice pool here. Netherlands, yes. I've been meaning to go to the Netherlands to check out Antwerp Zoo. Antwerp Zoo is on one of my lists. I mean, Europe has some pretty good zoos as well. London Zoo, Prague Zoo, the Berlin Zoological Park in their, I think it's the Alexander Plaza. Europe has some great zoos. And North America, of course. America has some great zoos. Bronx Zoo, San Diego. which I've yet to check out. I've only done the Australian and Asian zoos. I've not yet traveled to those parts of the world, but it's on my dream list. Nice. Oh, that's better. I like that better. Yeah, so the guests can actually see a bit underneath. Can't go higher, unfortunately. Alright, that's cool. So this is the beginning of a Malaysian taper here. I think I'm gonna smooth some of this down because it seems a bit too steep. Would you be excited for a Jurassic World Evolution 2? If you're believing the rumors, if you guys believe the rumors, and you guys better believe the rumors because I'm hearing a lot of rumors that the next Fallen Kingdom movie that comes out, 2021 I think, or 2022, not sure. Frontier is planning something to go along with that, and if you believe the rumors, it could be Jurassic World Evolution 2. And you know, if you guys have seen my review, I was fairly critical of Jurassic World Evolution. Like even now, I'm not really playing the game regularly. This game though, like Planet Zoo, I think I'm going to be playing this game for quite some time. Because it's just, look how creative it is. Like just so far. It's just so much creativity, so much more creativity. But yeah, I've had a lot of criticism. I still think it's a good game, like a 6 out of 10. I don't think it's reaching that great game stage where it's 7 or 8 out of 10 though, for sure. So I think there's definitely a lot to learn here. Because I think for me, dinosaurs, I like dinosaurs more than animals. I think that's a very childish thing for me to say, but you know, since I was a child, I've been growing up with dinosaurs all my life. Animals have been more of an adult thing, where I've been more where like I grew up and I'm like matured a bit and I started focusing on real world conservation instead of focusing on the fantasy dinosaurs. But dinosaurs will always have a special place in my heart, for sure. Antwerp is in Belgium. Ah, my mistake, my mistake. I keep getting confused with the Low Countries. Yeah. Netherlands. So you guys have what? Amsterdam Zoo, Rotterdam Zoo, right? Is there a zoo The Hague? The Hague, sorry. Yes, Antwerp is in Belgium. I keep forgetting. Brussels Zoo in Belgium is also another big one, I think. Yeah, I keep getting the Low Countries confused. My mistake. At my local zoo, I know a lot of hoof stock enclosures have some electric fencing just to keep coyotes and bobcats out. It's not the most well-funded zoo, but it is working for them. Yeah, it seems like a big monetary issue. Not surprising, and you know, some zoos really care for the animals, but they're just lacking the money. So that's why a lot of zoos are having monetary issues, and that's why donations are fairly important. So if you guys ever go to a zoo and you are impressed by like how well they treat the animals, definitely donate. Because we live in an age right now where governments are kind of not really focusing too much money on stuff like climate change and conservation of animals and stuff like that. It's kind of disappointing, but it's because everyone's focusing on economics more. So normal people like us have to chip in where we can. But your review you did for Jurassic World Evolution was spot on. Yeah, a lot of people agreed with me, so I was happy to see that there was some that really felt. Because it's all good because it encourages Frontier to do better next time. But I don't think Jurassic World Evolution is done yet. I think there is a 1993 DLC coming out. We will see. Okay. Bit of grass. I mean, Baird's tapir is kind of a rainforest animal. We don't have much. I guess this is. I guess it is kind of a rainforest theme. It's Madagascar, right? Not too sure what trees they need, but I guess we'll put them in first. Oh yeah, we gotta put a staff path. Barriers. Okay. Gates. Habitat gates. So someone here. Have you heard the sad news on northern white rhinos? There's only 2. Yes. I've always been keeping up. The Javan rhino is actually, I think there's like 13. The thing about I think it was the white rhino. They failed to breed it, right? They it was some animal. I think it was a rhinoceros where they tried to artificially inseminate the female and it didn't catch on, and the embryo didn't breed properly. So now like it's most likely heading for extinction. Yeah, I think it was the white. I think it was the northern white rhino. I think they tried to. They saved like the sperm from the male rhino, and the male rhino passed away, and they tried to artificially inseminate and didn't work. So I think, rip. Terrain modification failed. What? We gotta flatten this. I think now it's time to turn terrain collision on. Disable terrain collision on. And then we'll do smoothing it out. So. What's wrong? Okay, I think I'm gonna have to destroy this part, the fence, rebuild it. Because I think something wrong with the terrain here. Flatten to foundation. See if this works. Turn this down. We should flatten it from the base of this path actually. Make sure we have the path going out like that. Nope, still doesn't work. Oh, have tunneling on. There we go. Yeah, this is one of the criticisms with Planet Coaster as well. The paving system isn't very up to scratch. Not up to scratch, more like it's a bit glitchy sometimes. It's like it needs some certain conditions, especially with around terrain. If you're building on flat terrain, it's fine, but if you're building on like weird terrain, it gets very finicky sometimes. All right, now we can rebuild our fence. Rotterdam is a great one. I'm going to try to work there in 2 years. Also, Paquito, the gorilla, lives there, and he's famous. He jumped 4 meters across a moat because a woman was teasing him. A woman was teasing. Gorillas. Gorillas are much more intelligent than people give them credit for. So, I think the normal, like casual zoo goers tend to think gorillas are like dumb, but man, they are intelligent. That's why, and they're aggressive as well, so. That should be fine. There we go. Alright, so we got our star fence. So now we can bring in the tapir. Now we got this side of the fence to deal with. So it looks like it's fine. So we get guests in. Can I align to this grid? I can't. Okay. Which path do we want? Tree bark? What's obstructed by this? Yeah, I want to try to build on a grid. Just deselect that because I want to get it to close to the fence as possible. Turn on angle snap. There we go. That's fairly good. It's kind of a one-way street. But, yeah, it's kind of one way. I think it's fine. Kind of build like a shelter somewhere here for the guests. Alright, so let's bring in our tapers and then we'll get sorted on actually building inside the exhibit. Animal cannot be released to the wild, I know. Move into here. So this is a bug. Kind of have to deselect the animal first. Alright, so the tapers are on their way and it's raining. They're trying to make their embryos now and are going to let black rhinos or other southern rhinos to give birth to northern rhinos. Yeah, so I heard about the hybridization, yeah. So it won't be, they'll lose a lot of genetics. So this happens a lot for other species as well. When the main species goes extinct and there's no possibility to breed them, they tend to make a hybrid with the next best thing. So it's unfortunate, but sometimes it's the only way to save these animals. Same thing with the Javan rhino. I think they're trying to save the Javan rhino by hybridizing it with the Sumatran rhino. Become more tapers. Now the rhino used the black rhinoceros is making slow but steady comeback. Yes, the black rhino is a bit more successful. That's good to hear. I haven't been keeping up with black rhinos a lot. But yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I wanted the white rhino in this game. Because I wanted to focus on like the really conservationally focused animals. How's the southern white rhino going? They will use southern white female as carriers for the young. Yeah, so okay. So the southern white rhino is not going extinct, right? Otherwise we have an issue. They have 7 fully fertilized eggs of the 2 females and added sperm of the 2 males. They're still waiting to see if they turn into full embryos. See, I recently read an article, like, I think it was recently, like a month ago, where their first attempt failed. They had like a first attempt and it just failed. The female didn't get pregnant. Have you looked at Prehistoric Kingdom? And if so, any thoughts, critiques, hopes? My Discord, actually, if you guys go on my Discord, some of my members are actually really keen for Prehistoric Kingdom, so they're keeping me up to date on like the pre-alpha. The one thing I say, I am very excited for the game, because more competition to Jurassic World Evolution is better. But the progress is really slow. I mean, this game was announced 2014. They just started their pre-alpha building 2019. And they I think, no, 2018, and they haven't finished that first section that they said they were going to finish within a year. Pre-alpha stage 1. They have like 2 pre-alpha stages, and then they have like a alpha stage and a beta stage. So development is a bit slow, but they are an indie company, so I will give them the benefit of the doubt there. But I am excited because they are employing a lot of the things like freeform building, for instance, which Jurassic World Evolution obviously does not have. Man, I'm trying to find food. Forage box. Food and water. Food bowl large, okay. So let's get some food first. They're definitely not too happy right now. Let's put it somewhere the guest can kind of see. It's kind of not on the ground. Let's flatten some terrain, actually. Flatten terrain right here. Shorten it out here. And we'll do large. Call the keeper to get some food in so they don't starve to death. And then we'll focus on their habitat. Right. I have seen mandrills at my zoo when I was 4 and the females liked my bright shirt and walked towards me. The male didn't like that, so he charged the fence and started screaming. Primates in general, man, they are overlooked. They are some intelligent creatures. Very intelligent. I've never seen mandrills. I've seen, out of all the primates I've seen chimps, orangutans, gibbons, siamangs, so a lot of like the Southeast Asian monkeys. Australia has a lot of them because they're, you know, very close by, so they can import them easier. I've never seen mandrills. I've seen baboons. I think it was an olive baboon that they have at Melbourne Zoo, I think. Gorillas for sure. Gorillas are everywhere. Western lowland gorillas are honestly everywhere. I think every zoo has like Western lowland gorillas. I think the southern white rhino is in danger, but not completely out of the question for a comeback. Southern white rhinoceros is listed as near threatened. Black rhinoceros is critically endangered. Right, so even several subspecies have a different A. It's interesting to see. Because I read an article on why the northern white rhinoceros was more endangered than the southern, and it's because the regions that the northern white rhinoceros live in, the African countries there are, the people there are more poor, so there's more incentive to hunt their horns, because hunting for their horns is actually a viable industry, you know. So people make do because they're poor. They gotta sell it in that. So that's why they're trying to open like reserves and stuff. Vulnerable, but actually about 20 years ago they were only 20 to 30. Yeah, I'm not sure what the IUCN current one is. I haven't looked at that, but I'm sure the northern white rhinoceros is the big in the media headlines right now because that's the one facing extinction. But yeah. But also the Javan. You guys should look to the Javan as well. The Javan rhinoceros is facing extinction as well. It's this after the northern white rhino. I think it's the second most critically endangered rhinoceros. Man, you're just puking everywhere. Hopefully a keeper cleans that. Oh, they can check out the tapirs from here. Yeah, didn't realize that, but guess that works. All right, let's start doing some plants. So these guys don't mind the lobster claw large and the Swiss cheese plant because they're South American. Indeed they are. So tropical temperate grassland, South America. So let's do tropical temperate grassland, South America. South and Central America. Okay, we got some nice selections here. My Desert Rock Cafe is a South American blueprint. Interesting. Custard apple tree. Ooh, water lilies. Alright. So these weren't in the beta, and I was wondering when they would come. Let's turn off angle snap for these. Sorry, align to surface, so I can get them on the water like so. Just put some on the sides. I don't want them interfering with the main water too much. couple more. Man, the rain is really therapeutic, I gotta say. Spin it around. If I do a good job in this exhibit, I'm going to save it as a blueprint so we can use it for my conservatory, which I do want to continue. Alright, palms, of course. Let's do some palms. Kind of like here. On the right side a bit. I do want to kind of have like shelter this staff area. So the guests don't peer in and that. What has been your favorite animal in Planet Zoo so far? Well, my favorite animal period, I would have to say, is the Siberian tiger, and they've added that into the game. I like Panthera cats the most. I like big cats the most. Tigers especially. I do have a soft spot for tigers. In fact, when I went to Asia, I saw some of the last remaining South China tigers in captivity. It's extinct in the wild. Well, it's critically endangered, but the IUCN actually thinks they're extinct in the wild because they haven't seen one for like 40 years. I think it's extinct in the wild. I mean, in China they also poach tigers pretty heavily, so it's a bit sad story there. Indo-Chinese leopard I've saw in Asia. Sumatran tiger, of course, as well. Sumatran is it's a bit of a smaller tiger, but it's a bit more common. I've seen Bengals and white Bengal tigers. Seen the Indian leopard, the Javan leopard, the Indo-Chinese leopard. Trying to think, clouded leopards. Snow leopards are fairly common as well. In Australia we have Taronga Zoo in Sydney, we have like 4 snow leopards. Actually a lot. So yeah, Siberian tigers in the game. So I'm happy for that. But they left out leopards and they left out jaguars, man. They even have the South American theme going with these tapirs here. I would have loved to add a jaguar exhibit right next to the tapirs. That's humanity for killing something for basically what is on your fingernail. It's true. That's true. Javan only 60 left, but they are in one area. Yeah, they're like restricted to like one national park. And it's a very small national park as well. The thing about the Javan is, what's making it so critical is that in Indonesia, things like earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions are fairly common. And since they're all in one area, one of those major disasters could actually wipe out the species in one go. That's the scary part. That's why it's so critically endangered. I'm going to turn this into a bush to try to cover. I'm trying to cover the staff gate. I don't want guests looking into that area. I want to pose your questions. I want to pose a question here for you guys. What is your favorite Planet Zoo animal? I'll open up the Zoopity here because there are a lot of animals that are left out that are favorites. I know people in my Discord love meerkats and penguins, and we don't have penguins, we don't have meerkats. So this is the animal list here. A lot of exhibit animals. The total number is 76. There's 76 animals in the game. It's like 20 something exhibit animals and 50 something open and closure animals. So not too bad for a starting roster. Not too bad, of course, but could have been better. Could have been a lot better, man. I was hoping all the Panthera genuses, all the species of the Panthera, so lion, jaguar, leopard, snow leopard, and tiger would be added in, but they're missing jaguar and the leopards. And leopards are one of the most common big cats in zoos, so that's fairly surprising. There's like a... You go to zoos and you see different types of leopards everywhere. Okay. So we've only covered 10%. So did they nerf this? So before, when I put this much trees, it was already jumping to like 50% in the beta. But I think they nerfed it. So they balanced it a bit. which is great. Definitely need some more plants. Let's do some yellow ipes. We need some big trees. We need some big trees at the back. Let's do the kapok. Like so. Yeah. So we're gonna probably put their shelter somewhere here. So holly trees and the kapok seem to be the biggest in terms of density. Oh no, we have this wimber tree here. I just found out. The next one is the Sumatran rhino because they are solitary and split up in small pockets and it's hard to find. Yeah, so the Sumatran and the Javan, unfortunately. Indonesia is fairly... have a lot of critically endangered animals. It's just the nature of the country where they don't have much money support and they have a large population, so they got to keep expanding their cities and stuff. So it's unfortunate because I can't blame the people. I can't blame the government either because they're not exactly swamped for cash. So that's why most of those conservation efforts depend on Western support. So zoos from North America especially, they pour a lot of money. Australian zoos, we tend to help out a lot of the Southeast Asian animals. So just supporting your local zoo can support animals halfway across the world. That's always a good thing to keep in mind. Giant panda is in there, I'm so happy. Giant pandas. Giant pandas are a huge favorite for a lot of people, I'm sure. I had an inkling that giant pandas was always going to be in, so I had no doubts. And it was data mined. The giant panda was data mined pretty late in. I'm trying to find the right tree. This is too big. Tamarinds? Oh, tamarinds. Let's try like that then. Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 big trees to cover... So we're in coverage range now. Okay, so let's put down the... Let's filter by species first. Forage box, habitat bedding large. Let's do that. We'll do a bedding right there. And then we'll kind of put some bushes around here. My favorite one is either the Indian rhino or pygmy hippo. They ended up choosing the Indian rhinoceros, and they only put one rhinoceros in, so that's fairly disappointing. But there's always DLC. The thing is, I don't even care about DLC because, you know, I run a YouTube channel. I'm definitely going to buy them anyway. It's more you guys, you know. I don't want the normal consumer having to pay for more DLC. Stuff like leopards and jaguars, they should be in the base game, man. I don't want to pay for them. Same thing happened with like Jurassic World Evolution a bit. Although that was less controversial. Because my favorite dinosaur from Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, Acrocanthosaurus, was not part of the base game. And I had to wait almost 2 years for it to be released. This is this huge tree. We can put it right here. I'm going to... Let's see how the terrain is doing. Hard shelter. So they want less grass long. I was planning to dot this entire area with long grass. Okay. More soil, more soil. More soil. So let's do soil here. Some of the atmospheric music in this game, I gotta say, is really good. I think compared to Planet Coaster, Planet Zoo went more of an ethereal, dreamy pop folk thing. And I'm really enjoying it. Bit of more lighter guitar notes, reverb. I love music, man. I love game music, especially. And a bit more soil, a bit less grass long. It's a long grass. Right here. Okay. Oh, they're eating now, but I want you to fill this up. Can I do research in this? I think I can. Let's do some research. I do want to get some more... Oh, we completed ringtail lemur research. I do want to do some... tapir research. Love the gorilla, especially because of the detail Frontier put into it. Yeah. I gotta say, all the animals are well done. I can't really criticize anything with the animals. Anything to do with the animals is so well done in this game. Usually when you zoom into games, you see like, oh, you start to see pixelation, you start to see broken up bits, but man, just look at that. It's so... It's like real life. You can see the individual hairs and stuff. It's... I can't criticize anything about the animals portrayed in this game. That's definitely a highlight. Jaguars and Modern Planet 2. Your black jaguars. Yeah. Black panthers, I guess. If they had jaguars... I mean, people are already putting on Reddit. They're breeding white tigers. People are breeding albino tigers and stuff. Or the melanistic tiger, or whatever the technical term is. But white Bengal tigers are being bred. So, if they added the jaguar, or they added the leopard, we could have had black panthers. I love the hyena. It's so accurate. Of course you do, Dr. Hyena. Welcome to the stream. Dr. Hyena is a big Discord fan. You know, Discord, and he's a huge Spotted Hyena fan. And I was teasing him a bit about how the hyena was probably not going to make it into the game. But it's, you know, hyenas are cause animals. At least Frontier isn't too much awful with the prices compared to like EA. Don't even talk to me about EA. I've blockaded EA. I don't buy EA games anymore. I stopped buying EA games. My last EA game was like Battlefield 4, like 4 years ago. I don't touch EA games, honestly. Let's get some rocks. Where are my rocks? Nature. Yeah, we should remove that. Tropical rocks. Have you donated team trees? I don't know what that is. Enlighten me, please. I haven't really done a lot of too much donating recently. I donated a lot to zoos when I went over in Asia. I donate a lot in Melbourne Zoo, the orangutan think tank thing. I was impressed with the orangutan exhibit there, so I think I donated like 20-30 bucks there. Because they have a really good... The Melbourne Zoo orangutan exhibit is great. Sumatran orangutans, they have like a think tank where they have like keyboards, xylophones, and like Lego sets for the orangutans to play in. Like this room. This lit up room where the animal... it's like a separate part of the enclosure. Really cool. Great with children as well. Good. I'm not going to do too much detail because I do want to move on to other exhibits and finish this campaign. I have some visiting players. Players have been visiting my park for some time now. These guys have been boxed for too long. Alright, unbox all these guys. Come on. Low welfare. Yes, social. Animals distressed and trying to hide. Okay, so it looks like we got some problems here. Social, but social. Let's bring up the Zoopedia. There's Taper. Let's see what their grouping is. Group size, up to 1 male, up to 1 female only. Damn. So they only have 2. I guess that makes sense. Tapers are very reserved animals. They don't really keep in large groups. So it looks like we're going to have to sell 1 female. 13.7. Okay. Sorry, Metzli. Release animal to the wild. You are very right. Frontier went all out on making these animals. Sorry if my reasoning was really stupid. What was your reasoning? I didn't catch your reason. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, in terms of the animals, for sure. The animals are so well done. So well done. And that's all I can ask for a zoo game. Because I've been playing Zoo Tycoon 2 for God knows how long. And looking at pixelated, cartoonish animals. Mind you, the modding scene of Zoo Tycoon 2 has kind of saved that game. But the animals that are in the base game, they look so horrible. They're like something out of a Disney cartoon. Okay, how are you doing now? Your social is fine, but your enrichment is bad. Okay. Food enrichment, toy enrichment. Can we fill this up, please? Why is this not being filled up? Oh, we should also check research, because have we done research? We have not done research. We need some more vets, I think. This zoo isn't exactly poor. So, let's hire more. We're making very good profit here. Hire another vet. And we'll hire another keeper while we're at it. Try to keep up with demand. One thing I think they could change is maybe don't have the claws out all the time with the cats. I haven't seen much of the big cats so far. So I can't really comment on that, but one thing I think they should get a clause. Charity for planting 20 million trees before 2020. $1 equals 1 tree. Oh, I'll definitely check that out now that you've said that. I think Australia is doing pretty well on like the climate change conservation front for now, compared to other countries. We're fairly progressive in that regard. Like we're trying to switch over to renewable energy, solar, wind, and that. We got some attempts going. The most disappointing thing about Planet Zoo's launch roster is the disproportionate amount of African animals, many of which could have been replaced with similar species from elsewhere. I agree. For me, the Nyala was not needed. I think the Nyala is a very obscure animal. I mean, it's nice, but having both the Nyala and the Bongo, because they are from the same Tragalephus genus, I think, right? And they're very similar animals in their own right. Was a bit, I don't know. The Nyala could have been something else. It could have been another antelope like Impala. Or it could have been from a different continent altogether. The Springbok. The Springbok could have definitely been an Impala. Because I think the Impala is a much more iconic savanna animal compared to the Springbok. This could have been... Yeah. Himalayan brown bear. I mean, I'm going to make a video on this, guys, so don't worry. My entire review. It should come out tonight or tomorrow night. Oh yeah, this was not needed. Come on, add the polar bear. You guys could have added the polar bear. I mean, I had the Himalayan brown bear as a slight unlikely. Most of the rest of the roster, I'm not too fussed with. To be honest, this roster isn't too bad because I know they will definitely be adding DLC. The thing is, I'm just surprised they left out things. Like they left out some key animals, some keystone zoo animals like jaguars, leopards. Leopards are huge in zoos. No leopards, no meerkats. people were saying before at the beginning of the stream, there could be a Christmas. It could be a Christmas Christmas DLC with reindeer, penguins, and polar bears. I think that's possible. It'll be a bit early, don't you reckon? Like 1 month after the release, they're already releasing DLCs. Kind of a bit of a... Do we need feeding enrichment? Guess we kind of do large barrel feeder, forage box, fruit spike. Oh yeah, let's have some fruit spike trees. But this is new. I have never seen this before. So I'm guessing this just pops some fruits on. Maybe some plantain. Not sure what tapirs eat in their natural environment. Fruits like figs. Are figs South American? Definitely African. I'm not sure about South American. And then we need some toys. Herb scent marker. Is there a salt lick? Because salt lick is definitely what tapirs use. Robbing pillar. Cardboard box. Small ball sprinkler. Robbing pillar. I guess we'll do this. Yeah, I kind of want a salt lick. But I think salt lick would be more of a food enrichment, I think. Herb scent marker enrichment. I don't know what this is. Well, let's try it out. So let's put it... Try to hide that metal part. Nope, just he flattens the terrain anyway. Alright. Hold the keeper. Okay, how are you guys doing? Stress. Social. So it's just a stress because... Right, we should change this to one-way glass then. So it's clear the tapirs do not like people looking into the exhibit like other animals, and they're clearly getting much more stress than other animals. Barriers. Let's do one-way glass. There we go. You guys can see, but the tapirs can't see. Okay. I like the small squeals that they do. Okay, hopefully this should start going down. Yes. No. Oh, it might be because the guests here are looking into them. No, it's slowly rising. Slowly rising, maybe? I think we're good. So guests can definitely see them from here. Yeah, I think it's... Okay, once the animal starts getting close to this, then it starts getting a bit... Yeah, so maybe we should put some trees, actually. Put some trees here. Force people to move into this area to watch. Yeah, let's do some South American trees. Get some tall palms. Yeah, palms are great for these. They're tall, they cover the eye line direction, kind of. Not sure how this game kind of works that. I said the gorilla was my favorite all because of the amount of detail Frontier put into it. That was my lazy explanation. Oh, nah, it's definitely not lazy. The detail is great. The gorilla, I haven't seen too much of the gorilla. I was hoping they would put the gorilla in this park because this is a primate park, kind of. So I wanted to see the gorilla. I've only seen the Twitter post of the gorilla. That looked great. But I'm sure all the animals, I'm not worried about any of the animals. They're in terms of their Frontier's adaptation. I trust Frontier to do a good job modeling them. I'm just a bit disappointed, slightly disappointed that some animals were overlooked over some others that were kind of questionable. And I think that's the topic for my next video. Let's chuck a coconut palm here. I do want this to curve down, so I'm gonna curve it like so. It's a bit shorter. So the guests are still gonna look through, but hopefully that should decrease the stress because that's kind of covered. And indeed it has. The stress is now 100%. That's great. Alright, so we can move on to our next animal. So Baird's taper is done. We are switching towards wind energy where we're going to have to target Wind Hill Park of the World. Also our gas company Shell is going to plant 20 million trees. Just like a dodo, what country are you from? That sounds a lot like Australia. What Australia's doing. We have Shell as well. Australia is kind of... We are kind of in an intellectual boom where we have a lot of university graduates graduating that are a lot of intellectuals, and we're kind of trying to force the issue to our government to increase because we are notorious. Our country is notorious for using coal power in the past years. We're like 80% coal, and we're trying to get rid of that because coal is just huge emissions. Oh, you're from the Netherlands? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. The Netherlands is super progressive. I know Germany. Germany is huge, so huge on the renewable energy front. They're like 60% solar at least, and they have more ambitious targets. And I have done research on the North Sea, the wind park that they're doing there, where the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, UK, they're all contributing. So yeah, Europe. I mean, nothing needs to be said about Europe. It's more the big two countries, China and USA, that are doing the most pollution. They need to up their game, I think. Where I live, I go one direction for 1 hour, I'm at a zoo, another direction for an hour, and half another zoo, and another direction an hour. You live in a great city, my friend. I live in Sydney, so we have two major zoos. We have Taronga Zoo, and we have the Western Plains Zoo, which is more of an African savanna zoo. That's close by, like a 2 hours drive. The Taronga Zoo is actually in the city. It's like, it's next to the coast. It's a coastal waterfront, so it's like next to the beaches, and you know Australian beaches. Very, very scenic zoo. And then we have like smaller zoos where we have like Wildlife World, where it's mostly exhibit animals, and we have like Featherstone Park. Bit smaller, privately owned zoos. I live in the US, that's just my state alone. Where in the US do you live? I know the US is full of zoos. The US is, that's one thing they're doing right though, the US, zoos. There's zoos everywhere I go. Germany's not that progressive, only 40% renewable. I think their target was 60% renewable by 2022, I think. They're trying to be progressive. Way too much coal. Yeah, well, they are a coal mining country, right? They started off coal with like the Ruhr region and stuff in, I think it was, yeah, the Rhine region. They have like a lot of coal mining there. They're a traditional coal mining country, similar to Australia. Australia is a traditional coal mining country as well. We export a lot of coal. So, what tends to happen if we produce a lot of coal is we produce a lot of electricity using coal. And that tends to become a problem. But what we're trying to change those things, it's a step in the process. It's mostly the older generation, right? The big companies that focus on profits more. I think the younger generation, like my generation, the young adult generation that are growing up, we're kind of trying to change that. So we'll see in the future. I know a lot of German youth are progressive. Not sure about their government. But I know I've met a lot of German people in my lifetime, and a lot of them are very progressive people. And Dutch people. Dutch people are progressive as hell. I mean, you guys like have, in Amsterdam, I heard like they ride bikes all the time over there because their city infrastructure is so great. I mean, Netherlands is a country I definitely want to go, and their infrastructure and the views on everything. So we need 2 more species. Ohio, a little bit under Great Lakes. Ah, okay, yeah. I know Ohio. Cleveland, right? Yeah, Cleveland, Cincinnati Zoo, Columbus Zoo. Those are all great zoos. They're like in the top 10 zoos of America, I think. All of them. Ohio's a great state. You guys have a theme park there, right? Like one of the best theme parks. I think it was oh, I forgot the name of the theme park. But the theme park that's the very popular one with lots of roller coasters. That's next to the waterfront in Ohio. Okay. Get back to the game. So we do have. Let's check the animal market. So it looks like there's no update for the animals. So we need to make the chimpanzees. Chimpanzee is the last animal we don't have. There's only one chimp? Oh, come on. People bought all the chimps. Man, I don't want to pay that much for a chimp. I should have bought these earlier. Yeah, I'm not going to sacrifice 855 conservation credits. That's too much for a tutorial park. I am going to finish the mission off with some exhibits though. Do we have any spare exhibit slots in this park? I saw a lot of exhibit openings. I forget where they... Okay, so here is our exhibits. So we have the Gear Monster, we have the Les Antillean Iguana. Should build another one. Let's build another one right here. I think I can edit this building. Yeah. So I'm going to move this here. Move this here. And then we're going to edit this building. We're going to delete this. Duplicate the log wall. I'm going to delete this, but we're going to add a kind of floor, a log wall floor. And this should be a nice space for an exhibit. Remove that. We'll keep this lights. I do want to keep some of the lights. So. King Island Center Point. Center Point. Center Point. That's the name. Center Point is the name. Yep. I'm also a big theme park geek. That's why I like Planet Coaster as well. So yeah, Center Point. I mean, America has great theme parks. Six Flags is another one I want to go. I live in the UK and about 1 hour away from Chester Zoo. Chester Zoo is big. I keep hearing about that in my research when I'm making my videos. I always hear about Chester Zoo. London Zoo, of course, as well, is another big one. Chester Zoo. So how is Chester Zoo like the biggest zoo in the UK? Because I keep hearing things about how it's like the best zoo in the UK. You ever been to Australia Zoo where Steve Irwin made it? Yes, I've been to Australia Zoo twice now. It's in a different state than me. It's like it's in Queensland. I live in New South Wales, and Australia's a fairly big country, so it's a bit far away from me. It's like either a 12-hour drive or a 1-hour flight. But I've been there twice, and they have so many animals. They have cheetahs. Cheetahs are their showcase. They have like a giant African savanna as well, where they have rhinos. I think they have the black rhino there. Elephants, giraffe, you name it. And of course they've saltwater crocodiles. Saltwater crocodiles is a big Steve Irwin thing, and it's definitely a lot of crocs there. No, what's happening? Is this not gonna fit? I guess we can put it above ground a bit, and then we can kind of cover it. So Yeah, we'll raise this a bit. And then we'll just duplicate it. There we go. That's a good idea. And then on this side, there we go, just to cover it up. Oh, this glitch is happening again. This is a similar glitch to Planet Coaster, where it was like if you put the two of the same thing in, it would kind of like flicker. And there is a way to remove that, and that's just to kind of separate them. Yeah, so we see that's happening here again. So we can simply do that, and we place one at the bottom here, out of the sight of the guest. Actually, we don't need no, we don't need a wall here, right? Yeah, so I do want guests being able to see on this side as well. This is a staff path though, so whatever. Okay, view exhibit animal market. Let's see, what do you guys want? Let's check what animals we already have so we don't have some overlap. How's that? Because I need 2 animals. So exhibits. So we have the... Oh, we have 2 unassigned. Okay. So we have the lesser Antillean iguana, the giant burrowing cockroach, and the gear monster. So we got 2 animals that we need to have. So animal market, is there an exhibit animal? Exhibit trading here? Don't want the burrowing cockroach, please. What animals do you guys want? That's not the 3 that we already have in the game. One of the biggest, Edinburgh Zoo is the biggest, followed by London Zoo, then Twycross, then Chester, so 4th. Ah, okay. Edinburgh Zoo, in Scotland. They have a big zoo as well. Thoughts on circuses? Yep, I've stopped going to circuses. I think in general Australia is just kind of frowned upon circuses. I think circuses are anywhere big in Western countries anymore. They're just kind of outdated, mostly because of animal cruelty and that. As I'm currently working for my coralies course, so I volunteer feeding and cleaning the animals. I had the option to be paid, but I refuse as it's enough getting work with the animals every day. Yeah, I have a lot of friends that do, they study veterinarian, and they do a lot of work, not with zoos per se, more of animal welfare centres. So like, in Australia we have a lot of rescue centres for animals, because we get a lot of road accidents, kangaroos, koalas and that. Puff adder. Puff adder's a good choice. I'm studying engineering right now, so I don't have too much opportunities to really interact with animals. But alright, she's glitched. She keeps doing that animation. This she's lost. Okay. What's going on? I can't move her. Come on, move, move, move. There we go. Alright, so that fixed her. Let's get some puff adders. No puff adders? Sorry, my friend, there's no puff adders. Let's see if there's any snakes, though. Any other snakes. Okay, too many cockroaches. Giant tiger land snail. Gear monster. Goliath frog. Oh, so there's only a couple here. So we need to put in the tiger land snail and the Goliath frog, because that's the only other animals that they have. This is a tutorial mission anyway, so... Alright, I guess it doesn't matter what we put in then. So we'll adopt one of these, and we'll adopt the Goliath frog. Don't worry guys, if we can't request animals here, there'll definitely be more opportunities in the future where we can get some chat input onto what animals they want. So this is a Goliath frog. And where was the other exhibit? I had an empty exhibit. The zoo said I had an empty exhibit somewhere. Research done, okay. That's not really needed. Yeah, I'm not too used to the overview tab. Where are my animals? Staff, animals, here we go. Exhibits. So I have an empty exhibit right here. Ah, there we go. Oh, I'm getting some lag. You guys see that? Alright, so the zoo has reached 2,200 guests, and we're starting to get a bit of lag now. So I'm jumping down to about 40 FPS. It's not terrible. Not too terrible. A Gear Monster exhibit wouldn't be too bad. We actually have a Gear Monster exhibit that we did at the beginning of the stream. This was actually one of the first animals. I'll show you guys in a sec. To put this lance now in.
You have been busy, haven't you? Splendid.
Where is the Gear
But now
Monster?
that you've adopted all these lovely
Right here,
species,
Gear Monster exhibit.
we
Desert,
need to make sure they're nice and happy.
Desert Terrarium.
So let's get the average welfare across the zoo nice and high, shall we? And by we,
She's
I
hiding
mean you.
somewhere.
Go on, get to it.
Where is she hiding? Oh, she's in a burrow. Okay, she's in an underground burrow, if you guys see. So she's actually out of view of the guests. That's unfortunate. But yeah, she's in a underground burrow. So fairly shy. Young adult, female, Gear Monster. Where is the Steam store? What do you mean by that? Oh, are you trying to buy Planet Zoo? Yeah. I gotta go, have a good stream. Cheers for joining in. Just like a dodo, had fun talking to you. Learned some things about Dutch zoos, so thank you. Hope you guys enjoyed. Alright, so now we gotta bring low welfare. Okay. So the exhibit is bad for he or she. A she. Humidity is bad. The layout is also not that great. So the humidity needs to be reduced. It looks like about 50%. The temperature's fine. Okay, so that's fine now. What about our Goliath frog that we just put? Yeah, I'm starting to get real laggy now. Getting some lag spikes. So the layout, not yet researched, so we need to enrich the Goliath frog. Okay, let's do that quickly. Get some vet research for... Let's stop that now. Let's go on the Goliath frog. UK has a big cat centre as well, but it costs £50 to go in. £50 is like close to, I know £1 is like close to $2 Australian. That's very expensive. Wow. Columbus Zoo took in 2 female Indian elephants from a circus that was abusing them, and now they're very happy. Yeah, zoos tend to do a lot of great work with rehabilitating abandoned animals, because the circus industry is actually declining. You know, it makes sense because people aren't going to circuses anymore. They're just not as interesting. So there's a lot of animals like lions. Lions are another big animal, right? Lions are a big circus animal that have a lot of them are abandoned. So how much do we got to raise by? Increase the average habitat species overall welfare to 90%. We're on 84 at the moment. This is broken. Call mechanic. Okay. Animals, animals, animals. What's our current welfare? So the Antillean iguana is great. The tapers can be improved. This is our taper exhibit. How much would you say your PC costs? I was going to try to save up to make my own, try to play this game. My PC cost 5,000 Australian dollars. Very expensive. I saved up 3 to 4 years for it, working part-time, doing university, while studying university. I saved up a lot of money for it. This was one of my dream computers. So yeah, this is a very strong computer. So I would not recommend you guys building a computer on this scale. I full shelled out. I custom built mine. I shelled out 1080 Ti, i7 800-700K, the 8th gen i7, and I've overclocked it. I've done liquid cooling, custom built a liquid cooling, and I've overclocked my computer. So it's better than like you get from a store. And like 32 gigs of RAM. This is my dream computer, so don't buy a $5,000 computer. You guys can build a suitable gaming computer that can run this game on ultra settings for like less than 2,000 AUD, which is about 1,500 USD. You can build like a cheap. I know in Australia the parts are more expensive. In America, you guys don't have a tech tax, right? So you guys can get like PC gear for even less money. I know parts are super cheap in America. In Australia, they're very expensive. Like, my processor was like 600 AUD when I got it on release, whilst the Americans were selling it for 400 AUD. And that's what I did. I bought from an American store and I just had it shipped over. Like Newegg? Yeah, I use Newegg to buy some of my parts, not all of them. Newegg, America, and then just ship them over. Amazon is also a good place to buy, but you have to do your research. There's plenty of tech channels on YouTube. You guys can do your own research. $5,000 reduce, better start saving then. Yeah, don't use it as a basis. My computer is like, it's not like what you would consider a normal person computer or a normal gaming computer. It's extreme. Don't do that, guys. Don't waste your money. I mean, I don't count it as a waste because I want to get into streaming. I'm making YouTube videos. So, I want to grab a good computer that can record, because recording does take a toll on your FPS. Right now, I'm running 60 FPS, 60 frames per second, roughly. But normally, if I'm not streaming right now, I'll be probably hitting 80 FPS in that, so yeah, it's about a 20 FPS decrease when I record and stream. We should have more enrichment now. All the beds taper. Small ball. Man, I keep hearing those keyboard notes, and it's the lemurs that are playing. Yeah, the lemurs that are playing the keyboard. It's just so out of tune, because I keep thinking it's like the music, but it's not. All right, pop down a ball, and they want some more food enrichment. So let's do a large barrel feeder. How come these aren't being filled up? Maybe they're being eaten too quickly. Get your tapers a forage box. Forage box enrichment. Might as well. We're gonna morph this into the ground. Doesn't look too great there. How about... I'll just flatten this terrain a bit. There we go, forage box. Morph this in there. Oh, it auto flattens the terrain anyway. Do I have that enabled? Flatten terrain. Oh yeah, I do have that enabled. Whatever. I don't like to flatten terrain because I think you can do some creative stuff doing your own terrain. Why do you guys have a tech tax? We have taxes on everything. We have an alcohol tax, 40%. Perks with living in a... The tech tax isn't that, like, huge, right? It's like 5% or something. We have GST tax, which is 10%. So generally our prices... We have a high living price in Australia. I think we are, like, 3rd most expensive country to live in. But we have, like, the highest wages in the Western country as well. Highest minimum wages and stuff. We have a minimum wage thing. So it's just how society is. I can't comment on that. Do you think a Zoo Tycoon 2 remaster would be pointless since we have Planet Zoo? Yes, it would be pretty pointless now. Definitely pointless. You look at this game and wow. Remember when they tried to do Roller Coaster Tycoon? They tried to remake Roller Coaster Tycoon at the same time Planet Coaster came out, and it was a flop. Nobody bought that game. I definitely didn't. I bought Planet Coaster instead, and that's how I got into Frontier. Man, Roller Coaster Tycoon World, that was some bad game. It was like a game released in 2008 or something. The previous Roller Coaster Tycoons, they were a different story. They were my childhood. But the new one that came out at the same time as Planet Coaster, avoid that. Do not buy that game. Okay, enrichment is 91% now, so these guys should be fine. Next animal. Ooh, the bonobos. The bonobos are all... So, if I finish off the bonobos all at once, this campaign mission should be done. Wow, they have no enrichments at all. Unfortunate. I'm going to solve that issue. I wasn't really expecting Bonobo to be in the game. This is another primate where I was kind of like, meh, very similar to the chimps. Didn't really need it. Because I wanted stuff like proboscis monkey, baboons, which they don't have, like the Hamadryas or the olive baboon, gibbons, siamangs, there's some more iconic monkeys. Tree forager. So these are food enrichment. Okay, so it's nice. I have a lot of enrichment items though. I should really remember to turn off. Block of frozen fruit. Definitely add that. Does this stay frozen forever? Or does the keepers refill it? I think the keepers refill it. And then we'll get some toys. I mean, they already have climbable, right? The climbable... Yeah, climbable area is fine. Don't need to edit that. Block of ice. Kind of already have ice here. Grab ball. Mirror mobile. Musical keyboard. I've had enough of that. Let's place this down here. Why is it automatically flattening? I don't have flattened terrain on. I'm trying to settle a debate with me and my friend. Pet pangolin or pet sloth? Ooh. I mean, sloth is kind of low maintenance, right? Because they just sit around, eat, sleep. Very inactive. Not really a loving pet. It's kind of like the cat and dog debate, right? Like a dog would love you more and a cat's kind of more by themselves, but it's more about whether you like them or not. I'm not too sure about that because I've never considered them as pets. Not especially pangolins. Are pangolins pets? Grab ball. I'm just kind of spamming them everywhere just to check them out. Cardboard box. We're increasing our enrichment. And a sprinkler. 85%. Almost there. What are we missing? Oh dear, what's happening to the bonobos? Unbox all animals, please. Oh, the tape is just, What happened to you guys? Stress. Oh, there's too many guests. Because if I move you here, let's see how the stress is. I wouldn't take either for a pet. I wouldn't either. I don't think they're really pet material. Hopefully the stress should rise. Because their welfare... Man, stress affects their welfare pretty hard. Trying to hide. Okay, so I think we should... raise these fences. Disrupt placement. What's going on? Is this tree? Might be the tree. Yeah, they're really stressed. But it's one-way fencing. Okay, so I can change this. I mean, there's just too many guests. That's why. Too many guests in this area. Maybe raise it. So people can't see. And then they're forced to move into there. Maybe we just need higher fencing, right? Oh, no. That's starting to go up now. There we go. Okay, so it's definitely this section that was causing a lot of stress. Which is unfortunate. Because I do kind of want people to see through there. So maybe if we can switch that to one-way fencing. That should have no impact, right? Yes, indeed. Okay. Great. Put a shelter in the enclosure. I was thinking that, but shelters aren't really necessary. They don't really impact
Lovely
that
job
much.
there. You should be proud of yourself.
Yeah, the habitat's still
Not
80%.
only have you expanded the zoo and kept the animals as happy as Lanny, but you didn't bankrupt us in the process. Amazing.
Cool, cool, cool. So that's the tutorial mission, the second one.
Well, you've certainly transformed the zoo. I barely recognize it. A wonderful new exhibit, some fascinating new species, and you've done wonders for the animals' welfare by enriching their habitats.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't have that much of an impact.
With a 3-foot wide soccer ball, huh?
As long as you have these four
I mean, other than
at
professional
100%.
soccer players.
And this kind of only brings
sure
it down
it
to
wasn't
80%.
easy, though.
And that kind of
I
gets
expect money was tighter than a possum's pouch.
that kind of gets
Plowing all
overridden
those
by
funds back
welfare
into the
anyway.
welfare of
Like
the
the total
animals
welfare of the
doesn't make running these places a picnic. Although it does make me feel a little less guilty about how much our gift shops charge.
Ever been on a Six Flags safari? I've
No,
never been on a
as
Six
far
Flags
as I'm
safari.
concerned, the
I've only
only
been to America
reason to
once.
run a zoo is to help animal kind.
But-
Sadly, it appears some other people have far less noble goals.
I've been to California mostly. But I haven't gone to many zoos. I've been to SeaWorld, which I guess you can count as kind of like an aquarium zoo in San Diego. Haven't been to San Diego Zoo. When I went to America, I didn't have much opportunity to go to zoos. It was more like studying reasons, because I was on like a program to the Space Center. which is part of my engineering thing. So I didn't really go there for my free time. But in the future, when I actually go as a tourist, I'll definitely check some American zoo and theme parks out. But Cedar Point is a big one. I'm looking at Six Flags as well. Okay, so we're done, right? So can we need to finish this? We're all done. Right. If I quit to the menu, it should show me 3 stars, right? Hopefully. Yes, 3 stars. Okay. Oh, Panda Park. Holy shit. It's a Panda Park. Alright, I wanna play this right now. Let's do this. It's a tutorial mission, but let's just for today's release stream, let's just play the tutorial missions first. I want to kind of stream all the campaign. Yeah, we'll stream the entire campaign first. Oh, welcome to China. Oh, they've got like tiered rice plantations and everything. Wow, this is nice. I've been to China, and this looks very Chinese.
I think it's fair to say that if ever there was an animal which has captured the public's imagination, it's pandas. Oh, well, that's assuming you ignore cats and dogs, obviously. It'll take more than a cute bear to knock them off of the top spot. Oh, but did you know? Thanks to the incredible conservation work that's being done in China and around the world, pandas are no longer endangered. Amazing! That said, they're still considered vulnerable. So, this zoo is extraordinarily lucky and honored to be part of that conservation effort. It really speaks to our reputation, a reputation that you're going to be in charge of maintaining, along with all the general maintaining too.
Flamingos, first time seeing them.
How important the welfare of those pandas is. Oh wait, I
True,
can't.
pandas have been brought back
It is vitally
to vulnerable status because of the
eyes
efforts of the
world
Chinese
are on
government.
you, my friend. Although, perhaps more pressingly, the eyes of Nancy are on you too.
Who here has a zoo near them that has a panda?
Welcome to China. This is
Because there's no pandas in
brand
Australia,
new
unfortunately.
Panda celebration
No giant
zoo.
pandas. There's red pandas, but no
But
giant
it's not
pandas.
quite finished. But we'll
We have
deal
red
with that
pandas in
later.
Melbourne Zoo, we have red
First, let's
pandas
take
in
a tour of
Taronga
the
Zoo, but we know we have never ever had a giant panda, I think, in the history of Australian zoos. Because I think they're very expensive. The Chinese government loans them out, and they're very expensive.
Obviously, the giant pandas are the main attraction for this zoo.
God,
and
look at them.
luckily for us, we have one which was born
at the water.
just a few days ago. Let's go and have a look at it.
Yu Sheng. Oh,
Go
Chinese
on,
names as well.
Don't be shy.
Damn.
Select the panda cub
This is beautiful.
and click on the camera to enter animal camera mode.
Locate the giant panda, enter giant panda. Oh, there's so many pandas. What the hell? This is like a giant panda breeding facility, not a zoo. Man, like most zoos only have like 2 or 3 pandas around the world, except for Chinese zoos. Chinese zoos have like tons because they're very expensive. Yeah, like the Chinese government loans them out, and they're very expensive. So zoos have a hard time kind of affording them. Oh, Washington DC, Smithsonian, right? The Smithsonian Institute Zoo, the National Zoo. That's another one I want to check out. I mean, I want to check out the entire Smithsonian area, like the museums and all that. On 20 minutes from Edinburgh Zoo, we have pandas. Edinburgh Zoo has pandas. Interesting. Scotland has pandas. Edinburgh, London Zoo have giant pandas. Cool, cool. So Europe has a lot of pandas, do they? Does anyone have the deluxe edition animal? This is the deluxe edition right now. So we have, I forget which one it was. It was the Thompson's Gazelle, the Komodo dragon here, the Thompson's Gazelle, and the Pygmy Hippopotamus. So these are the 3 deluxe edition animals. not too great. The Komodo dragon is the biggest part. The Komodo dragon is my personal favorite out of the three. The Thompson's gazelle is forgettable for me, but I understand it is a very iconic savanna animal, so that's fine. Pygmy hippo is... it's also fine. Could be better, but fine. So this is the giant panda sleeping area. I'm guessing they have bamboo. Wow, did you just suck his food? I was eating watermelons. Man, this is...
Oh, doesn't it just warm the
huge.
cockles of your heart? So cute!
Very,
Did you
very
know
good at
that giant
adaptation.
pandas, or Ailuropoda melaleuca, if we're being formal, are the only entirely herbivorous bears.
That's true.
They can actually eat up to 38 kilos of bamboo a day. Not that surprising, given that they'll spend up to 14 hours a day chomping away. I don't imagine this little fluff ball has that kind of appetite
Is it
yet,
available in your
though.
sandbox? I haven't tried sandbox yet. This is
Oh,
my first
no.
time launching the game.
I just got word from one of our
The game released, I
that
know,
a
like 10 hours ago,
saber
but
antelope was
this is
placed
the
into
first
a
time I'm playing
habitat
it.
without going through quarantine first.
Because it
and
released
that
at
they're
midnight for
displaying
me,
signs of
because I'm in
disease.
Australia, so...
We'll have to move them into quarantine to stop the infection from spreading to the other animals. To do that, go to the highlighted habitat, find the infected animal, and then select them to bring up their information panel.
Is this dirt, or is this like a part of their appearance? Because if it's part of their appearance, this is a huge amount of detail, right? Especially if there's individuals have different patterns. It kind of looks like they have similar. It would be nice to see if individuals actually have different, like slightly different patterns. Like maybe their black band is a bit narrower. Maybe their eye spots is a bit larger. I think I have to play the game a bit more to see if that's true. I know that each individual has size. Size is a big one. But don't know too much about individual spots. They've been in Edinburgh since 2013, I believe. Thanks, now I have the imagery of a panda and kitten bagpipes. Scottish pandas. Wow. Yeah, that is some imagery right there. Pandas are awesome animals though. And I've yet to see a panda in a zoo. I've been to China, but I haven't been to many Chinese zoos. My friend is terrified of pandas. I have no idea why, but she's freaked out by them. Maybe because of a lot of people are scared of bears, and the bear fear kind of extends into pandas. But yeah, I think it's mostly just education. Once they realize that pandas are the only herbivorous bear in the world, you know, it might change their opinion. Once they realize how cute they are. Okay, quarantine the 6 sable antelope. That's another animal I haven't seen yet. Sable antelope. I had this animal as very likely. This is a very small exhibit for a sable antelope, by the way. This is a savanna animal. Should really
Good.
need
Now click
bigger.
move and then transfer them into quarantine.
Move.
I've highlighted the quarantine facility in the zoo for you.
Quarantine. Oh, there we go. Thanks for the highlight. Chinese theme as well.
Oh, phew. That's a relief.
Like a temple architecture.
Now that we've stopped the infection from spreading any further, we need to build a vet surgery so the antelope can be treated and then returned to his
Oh, that's
habitat.
cool how they did that. That's
I've
a nice
already
idea.
highlighted where I'd like you to build it, so why don't we head over there?
Yeah,
In order to build the vet surgery,
I'm looking
click
at the
on
architecture to get some
facilities,
inspiration
staff
as well.
facilities, and
That's why I'm
then
playing these
vet
first missions.
surgeries.
I can get some inspiration for my future parks. So this is Asian architecture is very complex. It's very difficult. Yeah, it's not exactly for the faint-hearted. Gonna take a while to build some of these. I mean, there's always the Steam Workshop that you can download, but I do want to give a try of building my own. Because building your own, you can really customize. Oh, they got gong doors and stuff as well, like temple doors and stuff. Oh, this is cool. Oh, you can check out the pandas sleeping. Wow, alright, this is a very well-made park. That's nice. It's like a temple where you go in and you pay homage, I guess, to the pandas. And it's got a little walkway with some enrichment for the... Oh, wind shines for the pandas. This is It's a very well made park. How could you be afraid of this big lovely indeed? Big bag of fur. Right, we gotta build a vet surgery. It's giving me the building right there. So quarantine is different from vet surgery. So quarantine is just a place where the animals just stay. They don't, like, nothing happens in there. But the operations are in this building. I'm trying to align it properly. It's a bit gimmicky from pre-built buildings. That's why you always build from scratch in this game. Very finicky. Nope. Nope. Trying to... What's with this grid? I'm trying to put you on the middle grid. Like this grid, see? How come it's not snapping to this grid in there? It's fairly finicky. There we go. Oh, but that's not... It works, but I kind of want it... That's too far in. Jesus. The grid size is at 2 meters. It's the smallest. Alright, stuff it. Let's just do this. Like so.
That's the job.
Okay, at least that...
Vet surgeries
That
play
works.
a very important role in a zoo, as they're the only places that vets can treat
Bit of an
the
eyesore,
animals.
but it
Once
works.
there's room for the antelope, the vet will pick them up from quarantine and bring them to the surgery.
Are there tigers here? I haven't checked it out. Let's check out the park
Yes,
actually.
diseases
Wow, this
can
park is
spread through a
crazy
habitat quite easily, especially if the
Maybe
water
Siberian
inside
tigers are
it
here?
isn't being cleaned regularly.
We have...
As it happens, I just got a
okapis.
report that one of our water treatment facilities has broken
I've already
down,
seen this
and
animal,
the
but-
water in the flamingo and saltwater crocodile habitats has gotten dirty.
So we have some
I've highlighted the water,
water
treatment
dirtiness.
facility
So we have
for you,
flamingos.
so you should go and check it out.
Saltwater crocodiles they just mentioned. Chinese pangolin. Gharial. And the forest scorpion. So they have the Aldabra giant tortoise here. A very small tortoise exhibit. It's kind of like a cage. Oh no, that was just the shelter. Okay. Wow. Alright. We have the Chinese pangolin. This is my first time seeing it. So let's check it out. It's night time right now. Chinese pangolin right here. There we go, guys. Get a load of that. It's using its tongue as well. Sift for insects. This is a very cute animal. Pangolins. Yeah, I wanted the giant pangolin, but any pangolin's fine. What else do we have in this park? We have the tapirs, which we've already done in last episode. The gharials, which we've seen many times already. Baby gharial there. Yep. Pandas, scorpions, flamingos. First time seeing these guys. Oh, nice. They have a forage pool. That's cool. That is cool. You can definitely do some interesting things by merging this with the terrain. And maybe do like a kind of mud bank wetlands thing. Just figuring out current ideas right now. Oh, I like that lamp. I wanted that lamp in the beta, didn't get it, so glad that to see it introduced. What is this? A heater. Oh, is it very cold here? I'm guessing. What's the ambient temperature? 18 degrees. I guess this is a kind of Chinese mountainous park, so I guess it can get pretty cold, especially during winter time. And pandas, we've checked it out. Japanese macaques. Not exactly Chinese, but it'll do. Red pandas. Oh, red pandas. Alright, so these are macaques. You guys can check them out there. We've got our own macaque temple. Virginia the Red Panda. That's a very Chinese name, is it? Virginia the Red Panda. Probably bred maybe in like an American zoo. So red pandas I've already seen many times. Saltwater crocs. I have not seen these guys too clearly. They're in a couple of trailers. Oh, these guys. I've seen these guys in real life probably like the most. This is probably the animal I've seen so many times in zoos, because Australian zoos are full of these guys. These guys are like the largest crocodiles on earth, so... And they have kind of a relationship with our icon Steve Irwin, so... They show up a lot in Australian zoos. Yep. Nice bridge. Jesus. 627 objects to build this, guys. 627 objects to build this bridge. I mean, check this bridge out. I mean, this... Oh, this is a walkable, so this is separate by itself. But even, like, small stuff like this is 126 pieces to build. Crazy. Alright, let's continue with the thing. Locate the water treatment. This is broken.
Click on the water treatment facility to bring up its information panel.
Yep. What do I do now? Repair. Hull mechanic. It would be pretty cool if the Japanese macaques had a hot tub like in Richmond that looks like a geyser. Maybe. I mean, you would think that if Frontier added macaques, they would have that, right? Because that is what they're most famous for. Hanging around those steam geysers, steam vents and that. Geothermal pools. I think that could be like their last enrichment item. I mean, we can check it out right now. Research. Vet research. Let's check out Japanese macaques.
Good work. Now that the water treatment facility has been repaired,
yes, they have a lot of
will be
enrichment
cleaned up
still
in 2
left.
shakes of a lamb's tail.
Like 4 enrichment.
You can also use
5
mechanics to
enrichments
repair
still
power
left.
facilities, transport rides, spins, benches, signs, and, as you already know, habitat barriers.
Let's see. Japanese
Now,
macaque.
I'll be honest, I'm still a little worried about that disease scare we had. So I
Peter?
think we should do some research into it. Doing research into a disease can help prevent future outbreaks of it. And even if we do have an outbreak, it'll make the disease much less potent.
There's blocks of ice,
I'd like
but
you to
I don't
start
see
some
much.
research into bordertellosis.
Yeah, there's nothing
Disease research
really
can be
there.
found in vet research.
They can
So head
climb.
over to your research centre and get one of the vets researching it.
I think they should have it, because it's very iconic for the Japanese macaque. I think it's a late game unlock, maybe. Begin researching ortellosis. Ortellosis. It's level 1. But this is a disease mechanic, which I haven't really gone through a lot in the beta, because animals didn't really get sick in the beta. I didn't have much time.
Lovely job. Once that research is complete, I expect we'll send that disease packing in no time.
Ortellosis. What is this? Is there a
Whew! That was a close-run thing with those antelopes.
Is there a Zoopia?
I dread to think what might have happened if you hadn't got them into quarantine as quickly as you did.
No, Zoopias are only
Fast thinking
animals.
there. We had a horrible outbreak of viral gastroenteritis here at Goodwin House. Although, luckily, that was just limited to me and my wife.
Right.
I want to see some information
Now we've got all
see
our
how
urgent tasks in hand,
There's no
we can start to
information for it.
focus on the guests and improving their time in the park. You see, you can also do research into new and improved guest facilities, transport rides, as well as new types of barrier and other things via the workshop. I've highlighted the workshop for you, so head over there, select it, and then click on View Workshop.
The only Australian habitat animal in the game, indeed. Pretty disappointing.
And finally, assign a mechanic to research souvenir
One of my
shops
kangaroos,
by
man.
dragging and dropping them onto it. I can't wait to see what they come up with.
Alright, well, we kind of want to continue the... This is all complete, East Asia theme. Oh, let's check out the theme. So, the classic theme, this is more of like a Roman, Greco-Roman architecture. Africa theme, New World theme, Africa themes, India themes, so not too many themes. I was hoping for like several, more than 5 at least. I guess we'll go for New World theme, or food shops, right? Well, what are we meant to do? Begin researching just a memento. So that's gift shop, souvenir shop. Yeah, just a memento.
Great stuff.
Is a
that
return
research will take a little
from
while, so let's have a look at something else in the meantime. Because we've had some good news.
a birth. We had a birth. Just a Memento is a franchise from Planet Coaster. They brought it over. It's like a gift shop. My camera sensitivity is fine. It's a bit slow. Whatever.
It turns out that we're allowed to adopt more giant pandas.
Oh, really?
The authorities have given us 3
More
females
giant
to help
pandas.
with our breeding
3
program.
females.
Even so, I'm sure you know how notoriously difficult it is to get pandas to breed, so we'll have to be patient.
I guess this is a Chinese park.
Our
so
current giant panda
probably
habitat
in
is
China.
full to the brim, but luckily we've already got another habitat ready to go.
They've got
But
2
before
giant
we
panda
move our
habitats.
new pandas in, they'll need to go through quarantine.
This is an ambitious zoo.
Of course, we can't do that until we've accepted them.
I think it's right here.
So open up animal trading and go into the animal reward section.
Animal rewards.
Just
Xiaofan,
click transfer
Dayu,
to
and
animal
Z.
storage next to each of the pandas, and then they'll be sent there.
Whoa. Whoa.
Oh, we're back. I think we're back. I think we're back. Okay, I think we're back up. That was my first crash. Well, that was unfortunate. It shut down the stream as well, which is really bad. Alright, is everyone still fine? We are live. Okay, all good. Checking a couple things. Yeah, that was my first crash. I mean, first 3 hours of game time and it crashed. Kind of a yikes. Kind of a yikes. It's hopefully it auto-saves the game. I'm not even sure what happened. It's just like I just clicked on something and the game just crashed. Okay, we're back. It's auto-saved. Thank God.
It turns out that we're allowed to adopt more giant pandas. The authorities have given us 3 females to help with our breeding program. Even so, I'm sure you know how notoriously difficult it is to get pandas to breed, so we'll have to be patient. Our current giant panda habitat is full to the brim, but luckily we've already got another habitat ready to go. But before we move our new pandas in, they'll need to go through quarantine. Of course, we can't do that until we've accepted them. So open up animal trading and go into the animal reward section.
Alright. We're back. All good. So yeah, it's expected for a game just released. I don't think there was even a day one patch yet, so it could be a day one patch later to iron out bugs and crashes. Transfer the giant pandas to trade center. So we were looking at our pandas.
Transfer to animal storage next to each of the pandas, and then they'll be sent there.
Transfer.
Finally, we can send them from animal storage to quarantine. To do that, just select them in animal storage, then click send to zoo, and then click on the quarantine facility in the zoo. Don't worry, I've highlighted it for you so you can find it easily.
The quarantine facility. I'm guessing these are recently delivered pandas.
While we wait for them to clear quarantine, you should set up their new habitat so they feel at home in there. I'll also need you to bring over one of the male pandas from our other habitat, because without him, we're not going to have much of a breeding program, are we?
Right. So they're going to separate...
Move him over and get everything set up for
your pandas. They're going
to
separate all the other pandas. They're going to have one male here. And then the 3 females to try to improve breeding. So this one has like a... Oh, it still has like the indoor viewing as well. Is this a privacy drop? Because guests can make a lot of sound. The other one has like a glass dome. Right? Yeah, it has a glass, so that kind of reduces sound. Alright, let's bring Guang. Let's get a younger one. Chunhua. Yeah, let's get this guy. Let's move him to the new panda habitat. Add a feeding station, add food enrichment, add toy enrichment. So we're gonna sort by giant panda. So giant pandas actually have a lot of enrichment. Climbable branch. Tree scatter feeder. Wind chimes. Let's do some wind chimes. There we go. Not too fussed about climbing. But we've got the toy enrichment, we've got the food enrichment. Now with the tree scatter feeder, let's try this. Not sure what this does. So this kind of just it pumps food through here. And then it just scatters it. Maybe it drops like fruits or seeds, maybe? I mean, it's very small openings. Add a feeding station, increase terrain warfare, increase plant warfare. Okay. So feeding station. Arboreal feeding platform. Hopefully he can reach that. Doesn't need to climb. And then we'll do some environment. Labrador trees he doesn't like. When is the conservatory restarting? I'm going to try to start that as soon as possible. I just wanted to do a release stream. Play the campaign a bit. But conservatory I'll build in my own time. It won't really be restarting. I'll continue on from the parts because I did... they actually saved as blueprints. My blueprints. I saved the conservatory sign. I saved the Desert Rock Cafe, Nile Monitor Enclosure, and the staff building that I did, and the glass dome I was working on. So I saved some blueprints to not start from scratch. Man, there should be a button where we can zoom into where those plants are. It's so annoying, like there's 27 Labrador trees. Where are they? These ones? Don't tell me it's these ones. I think it's those ones. Where else? No, this is a new panda. Okay. So after clicking on that, it kind of just disappeared. That was weird. looks like we're fine now. Okay, so let's get our animal. No, he's not fine with them. Plant isn't from the same environment. Well, I can't get rid of them because they're in that building. Yeah, these are the plants that are in the building, so I have to cop with them. That's not going to be good. Yeah, I can't edit the group. I can't delete them. So I'm going to have to just take the penalty. But in the meantime, so temperate Asia. So Asia and temperate biome. Bamboo, of course. We have to have bamboo. How are we gonna put the bamboo? Let's put the bamboo. Yeah, I want to cover these sections here where the guests walk up to the exhibit. Let's turn off align to surface. So people are incentivized to come up here. Let's not intercede too much with the path. And then hopefully we can duplicate this using this tool. Indeed we can. So just some tips for you guys to build quickly here. If you guys are having trouble building. There we go. So we got a kind of bamboo wall. Nice. And hopefully this guy's habitat is increasing. Yes. It's 1%. So it needs a bit more coverage. So he's fine with the Bengal bamboo. Beech tree. Common water lilies. Elm tree. Yeah, sure, why not? So I guess we're kind of getting a sort of temperate evergreen kind of forest. Fountain bamboo. This is another type of bamboo. Hawthorn bush as well. Cypress. Bit of a weird... This is more of a tiger or real forestry. I don't think it fits. Wisteria clusters. Wisteria trunk. Ah, there we go. Hold up for a second. We're still live, right? Just I'm providing no data to... Yeah, we're still live. Ah, that's weird. YouTube is saying I'm not sending any data to their... But stream seems fine on my end. Okay. Well, let's continue. I think that's just a bug. Yeah, stream seems fine. Yeah, it's all good? Alright. Okay, out you come, boy. Plants 56%. So we are okay. So this is nice to know. Even though there are North American plants and African plants in this exhibit that the panda doesn't like, you can sort of just override the penalty by just adding more. That's nice to know. So sometimes you have issues where overhanging plants, maybe from a different continent, maybe they look good and you don't want to delete them. Have you looked at the panda's diet? No, I have not looked at the panda's diet. They're not getting any food though. If the keeper comes, is this guy hungry? Doesn't seem too hungry. No, he's at full nourishment. So clearly something's feeding him. From the research. What do you mean by that? Is there other research opportunities? Okay, so we finished that. Wow, it's almost fully upgraded anyway. So yeah, the game has starts you off with all the food enrichment. So all the food enrichment's already in. So we just need to bring up its plant and terrain. So almost there. Plants need to be 90% and terrain. So, let's do sycamore, maple trees. I kind of want to do like a brush or Himalayan birch trees. Okay, so these are definitely, yeah, birch trees are definitely some panda habitats right here. Okay, so these are much more. Let's have them. Very interesting angles that they're doing. Several of these. The plant coverage is 90% now. I do want do a bit more bamboo. Let's try the other bamboo, the fountain bamboo. This is a very small clustered bamboo. A couple of those just to bring it up maybe to close to 100. And terrain. So one small grass short, too much grass long. I'm surprised animals don't like too much grass. I mean, in this game, because I much prefer having this grass animation because it looks way cooler than just having like this empty one. Like, look how barren that looks. Maybe modding in the future can remove that requirement or make it less strict. Or maybe just like some balancing from the devs. Because look, the panda doesn't want any long grass. But I think grass looks nice. Because we're pretty much removing all the long grass
Good
here.
news. Our new female pandas have been given a clean bill of health. You'd best move them into the new habitat so they can settle in. And I hope you've made their habitat as comfy as possible, because animals will only breed if they're happy.
Fair enough. Got a huge long grass here. There we go. Perfect terrain, perfect hard shelter, everything perfect. Except for plants. It's like 91% there. That's fine. Alright, so now we can bring our animals in. Okay, where is our animals? Oh, we gotta select the quarantine center. Right. So all move. This is another song I really like.
Bless. I think they'll be really happy in there. Fingers crossed we'll see some lovely new cubs sooner rather than later. Right. While they're being delivered, we'd better get on with something else. Oh, dear me. There's never any time to rest when you're running a zoo, is there? Well, unless you hit the pause button. Okay, I think
Frontier
it's time I
modding?
told you all
Yeah.
about work zones.
I've got a lot
I
of
know,
opinions about
they don't
that.
sound as interesting as the animals, but trust me, they're ever so useful. You see, work zones are a way of making sure that your staff concentrate on specific habitats or tasks
He's
within
climbing
the
the
zoo,
tree,
so they
what?
aren't wandering off elsewhere when it's time to feed the animals or the like.
He's climbing the tree.
So let's start by creating a new work zone,
I didn't think-
and then
I thought
assigning a keeper
they could
to
only
it so
climb
that they
on,
know to look after the new pandas.
climbable things.
To do that, go into
I didn't
the
think they
zoo
could
section,
climb on the
then
scenery
click on
trees.
staff,
That's awesome.
and then work zones.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, in terms of modding, I have a lot of opinions about that because I'm a modder myself. I love to mod games. I love to take apart games and mod, but the evolution community, modding community and evolution, they're trying their hardest, can't really get things done. And I think it's going to be the same thing with Planet Zoo because Planet Zoo's architecture is very similar to Planet Coaster, and Planet Coaster, not much modding there as well. You can make custom buildings in that and post it on the Steam Workshop, but actually modifying game files, no. The big thing is Frontier uses Denuvo, which is anti-tamper software. It's a bit controversial because it kind of lags the game, but that's one of the things that's stopping modding at the moment. You can't really get past that without voiding your game copy. Include new work and the habitat in the work zone. Increase staff room small. Oh, include. So we're making a staff zone. But this was a kind of...
Now, click on New Work Zone. To set up your new work zone, I'll need you to select the highlighted habitat gate, staff room, and keeper hut. Oh, and don't forget to name it something useful. Once you're done, just go ahead and exit the work zone creator.
Yeah, so this is fairly similar to how they did it in Planet Coaster. You just highlight things and then the staff would attempt to go between things you highlighted. So we need to include the new panda habitat. That's in. Include staff room small, 754. Oh, so it's just these. You gotta shift. Okay. And we'll call it something. We'll call it new panda staff zone. Done right?
Now let's hire a new keeper and assign them to our new work zone. We don't want them getting distracted by other goings-on in the zoo. Go
New
on,
keeper?
hire one. Then, click on your new keeper to bring up their information panel and go to their employment tab. At the bottom, you can assign them to your
Right.
new work zone from the drop-down menu.
Yeah, so it works pretty similar to how they did in Planet Coaster.
There you go. Now your keeper will focus his attention on our new pandas.
Sweet.
Oh, and just so you know,
So we have
all
a
types
dedicated
of staff
keeper
can be assigned work
the
zones.
panda.
Just make sure that they have access to all the buildings that they need. And one last thing. You might
power
find
already,
it
so
faster
that's
to
fine.
assign them from the Work Zones tab in the Staff section of Zoo Management. That'll save you having to chase around selecting your staff one by one.
Indeed,
oh,
indeed.
It sounds like the brand research has been completed. You should collect your rewards. And you can do that by clicking on the notification or by going back into mechanic research.
For a second, I thought that said narwhal, but that's a narwhal. Greater flamingo is about to mature.
Now that we've got our lovely new Just a Memento shop designed, you
Just a
should build one
memento.
of them near the zoo's exit. That
Near
way
the
the guests
zoo's
won't miss it on their way
exit.
out and we won't miss out on their money.
Right here. Okay. Still can't edit things. Let's check it out. Ooh, transport monorail. So rides is another thing I'm keen to try out. Maybe not in this stream, but definitely for my sandbox and challenge parks for sure. Merchandise, Just a Memento. So Hats Fantastic, Just a Memento, Looney Balloons, they're all back.
Oh, that's ever so wonderful, that is.
There we go.
Anyway, I'm just off for a moment, but I'm sure I'll have some more jobs for you to look at shortly.
Aw, those pandas look just adorable. I can see why people keep foolishly forgetting that they're wild bears. And good work on that new gift shop branding. Just a memento. Very clever. Much better than our old overpriced gifts branding. I'm all for truth in advertising, but it was perhaps a little on the nose.
Back as promised. Right. I'd like you to increase the number of different species in the zoo. Now, you can find out what species are already in your zoo by going into the zoo section and then into the animals area. And if you're wondering how you're going to fit them all in, then mixed species habitats are a great way to save space and create interesting habitats. Just make sure to check the Zoopedia to find out which species enjoy living together. E.g., don't mix lions with antelopes.
Right, so in mixed species is something I've not yet experimented with because it's kind of I heard it was kind of gimmicky in the beta. How do we check that? Interspecies enrichment, right. Doesn't benefit from sharing. Oh, here we go. The African elephant really doesn't benefit from sharing space with other species? African buffalo will be enriched by sharing the habitat with these animals. So your general African savanna here. Pronghorns and bison. Fair enough. Camels. There's only one camel in the game, so fair enough. Wildebeest is part of the bongo. I thought bongos and okapis would be nice together. Warthogs. Oh, so what? So warthogs actually can be part of these as well. All right, fair enough. So we need to increase to 18. So we need 3 more. So the animals we don't. All right, I should really be checking the animal market first, especially after last time all my stuff disappeared. So the animals we have, so Aldabra, bears, tapir, we have pangolins, gharials, pandas, of course, flamingos, macaques. These are exhibit animals, not important. The carpies, red pandas, sable antelope, saltwater croc. Right, quickly guys, what do you guys want? What animals do you guys want? I'm thinking black wildebeest. I'm thinking an African savanna. Especially since these cost money as well. They don't cost conservation credits. Oh, wait a minute. The conservation credits are separate for each mode. We the people want a Planet of the Apes enclosure. Well, if you missed out the last mission was so many apes. They had like bonobos, orangutans. We've already gone through a lot of apes, and there's no apes on store, so unfortunately we can't do any apes here. The last mission, you can check back the VOD when the video gets uploaded after the stream ends. Watch that section. There was a lot of apes there, but here we don't have many apes. So I'm thinking, I do want a bear though, Formosan black bear. This kind of fits the China theme. I mean, they are Taiwanese, so. Yeah, let's get some bears. Let's get some bears. I've never heard of warthogs being exhibited in any of the species in real life zoos. True. I probably wouldn't put them in their zoos as well, but if I'm making like a giant safari park, I guess so. Listing expired. God damn. Alright, hyenas. So I don't think they're hyenas, are they? There's no hyenas, sorry. Wildebeest. Let's get all of them. So with the wildebeest, we can actually. There's no button to quickly access the Zoopedia, which is kind of bugging me. So buffalo, sable antelope can be part of it as well. And we already have one sable antelope. Do we have any other of these? Ostriches. We do have warthogs. So we can do a warthog, wildebeest, antelope exhibit. Warthog, wildebeest, antelope exhibit. How is that? There's pronghorns, which isn't African. Yeah, nah, not many African animals available here. Timberwolves though. Yeah, so we'll just go with the common warthogs. We'll get a couple of these. Aardvark? There's no Aardvark. This game, it's just this mode. There's a lot of animals in the game, but this mission only gives us so many to work with. So we'll do a wildebeest warthog. Is there antelope? Sable antelope. Because I kind of want that as well. No, there is no sable antelope available. This market is so gimmicky. They should really do an offline market or something. Get some more animals ready. Right, is there a specific place we need to build them? No, we don't. Is there any empty exhibits? Habitats. Animals. So the sable antelope exhibit. Oh, it's kind of small, isn't it? But the warthogs should be available. The warthogs don't take up much space. Yeah, they're fine with the antelope. Alright, let me try this. Let's put in the warthogs. I mean, we can sort of increase it. Because look, this path is kind of weird, right? We can kind of, I guess we'll just leave it like that. Alright, warthogs it is. Let's try this for now. Lions, tigers, and bears can go in one enclosure. Well, I'm definitely not doing that. There is hyena. There is a hyena. Spotted hyena has been confirmed for the game. Right here. Doesn't benefit from being with other species. Fairly obvious. Kurakuta, kurakuta. Groups of 4. Matriarchal. Nepotistic. So the nepotistic is nepotism. So the offspring of the alphas will inherit the alpha position. Promiscuous, confident. Cool. Right, so 2 warthogs. Let's see how they do in this exhibit. Yeah, they're perfectly fine, this exhibit. That's great. They're just lacking enrichment. Sweet. What can they go with? They can't go with anything, my friend. I don't think... I mean, you shouldn't put hyenas with any other animals, right? Because they're just gonna hunt. They're just gonna dominate the other animals. Species food enrichment. Common warthogs. Okay, so these guys obviously have a different feeding mechanic compared to the sable antelope. No. Maybe? I think they're fine. Let's see if there's any overlap with the sable antelope. So, very useful feature to have this checkbox thing, so we can see what overlaps. Okay, so all their food is overlap. So they can actually use the same items. Where is the food thing? Oh, it's up here. Okay, that's fine. There's already water, so they don't need a water trough. Let's check out enrichment. Yeah, so a lot of overlap enrichment. Let's do a small barrel feeder right here. Interspecies bonus. We're actually getting bonuses. Species toy enrichment. They like to play with wind chimes as well. Get a robbing pillar. Oh, a bit of a lag spike there. Thought the game was going to crash on me again. I wonder if you put African wild dogs and hyenas together. You can't. I mean, one of these groups are gonna die. Alright, they're just gonna fight. African wild dogs and hyenas are natural competitors in the natural environment, so that's not a good idea. Same thing with tigers and lions to make hybrids. I'm not sure about ligers. Is there hybrids in this game? I'm not too sure. It's going to be very difficult to breed a tiger and a lion though, because a lion, in order to breed, right, in this game, the animals need to be very happy in their welfare. But a tiger is going to have a different habitat needs compared to a lion, so their welfare is already penalized because of that, so it's going to be very hard to breed them. Is this guy enjoying? Yeah, he's fine. He doesn't mind. So how about if we put the wildebeest in? I think it's too small, but we'll try. We can always move him later, so. Alright, let's see how this works. I think it's going to be too little space. I think. But who knows? We gotta fill this up. The warthogs are perfectly happy in here, which is nice to see. We don't have much shelter in here. So if we're adding wildebeest... Big boys, alright. Yeah, they're fine as well. That's great. Interspecies bonus as well. Alright, let's see if there's enough space. These last ones in. Yeah, they're fine. Alright, that's great. Wildebeest, sable antelope. Maybe we need some more shelter. I'm gonna move this here. Here we go. Just some more space for them to sleep. Wonder what animals you can put in together. Well, you can always check out the Zoopedia if you have the game. Check out the Zoopedia, click on an animal, and go to interspecies enrichment. And you see the type of animals that can be put together. And it's mostly animals in their real life continent and biomes. So obviously Baird's tapir, there's not many South American animals, but in the future, Frontier could add some South American herbivores, such as capybara. And capybara might be able to be in the same exhibit as a Baird's tapir. Alright, sweet. So, 18 species. We need one more. Let's do an exhibit. So we already have... the giant desert hairy scorpion, giant tiger land snail, Lemon's poison frog, and the western diamondback rattlesnake. So, which exhibit animals do you guys want? We can get the Amazonian giant centipede, boa constrictor, Brazilian salmon pink tarantula, wandering spider, ooh, death adders. These are Australian. These are Australian right here. Common death adders, very famous Australian snakes, very poisonous. Oh, the eastern brown snake as well, the second most venomous snake in the world, also Australian. This is the only Australian representation I'm gonna get. The only Australian animals we have in the game are reptiles. Saltwater crocodile included. Very, very unfortunate. Giant forest scorpions. There's 2 scorpions in the game. Interesting. We also have the gear monster, golden poison frog. Goliath frog. You mean predators can have interspecies relationships? Yeah, I don't imagine any predators to have interspecies relationships. They can't have. Because predators are predators, man. They're meat-eating herbivores. Mexican red knee tarantula puff adders. Okay, so there's a lot of snakes, and I do love snakes. Let's see if there's any empty exhibits. Nope, no empty exhibits. But we can probably put one. Let's find a space to put an exhibit. This would be a nice place if there was more space in the center. This is a flamingo temple. Actually, we can put one right here. Right? Sort of. Yeah. This is the best place to put it. Oh, I like this garden though. Okay, so I can edit this. So let's see how we can do this. We can edit. And then we can place... Let's see if it fits in the 2 meters. Just barely fits. Alright. Kind of floating on the ground. Ah, it's fine. Giant centipede, gear monster. We did the gear monster already, so I think for variety's sake, we did the gear monster in the last mission. You can check that out later. But for variety's sake, yeah, we'll try the giant centipede, Amazonian giant centipede. Get a breeding pair going. Amazonian giant centipedes.
I'm sure you know by now how to make your animals happy. So you'd best get that sorted before the inspector gets here.
Inspector's
Sorry,
coming?
did I not mention there was an inspector coming? Oh dear.
Layout. Okay, so we need some enrichment. So we need to quickly do some research for the Amazonian giant centipede. I wish this was in alphabetical order. So giant centipede. Yeah, we don't have any layouts available. The climate is fine. Maybe increase the humidity a bit more to get some more safe. About 70%. Go for that because you can actually see it. Yeah, the gear monster was being a bit of a shy animal and kind of hiding in under the rocks a bit, so it's kind of very difficult to see. We got some walls that kind of... There we go. Where is the centipedes? Have they not come yet? No, they have. Don't tell me they're underground. Oh, they're in the tree, maybe? Oh, no, yeah, they're behind the tree. Okay. So, yeah, they're just hiding. Exhibit animals are pretty in this game, but... I'm sure there's some insect lovers out there that would appreciate that. So yeah, we're waiting for the layout. Temperature is a bit too high. Wow, it's very specific temperature. 28 degrees, it has to be exactly. Increase this a bit. That should be fine. So, giant centipede should be fine until we get the layouts going. What else do we need to do? Increase the average habitat over warfare. Yeah, fair enough. So welfare has been very stable so far. It's mostly these two that are kind of intercepting it. Nutrition, habitat, this guy's fine. We can maybe fix the habitat here. What's going on here with the Aldebra, giant tortoises? Got some unwanted trees. Lady ferns. Don't like lady ferns. Okay, so it highlights them, but can I pin this? I can pin this. Can I pin this? No, that's not a pin. That's a... I want to pin this screen so it stays in one place so I can check out. There's another lady fern somewhere. The elm tree they don't like as well. Okay, so it's much better welfare now after we've taken up some of these trees. Carpet moss they don't like. Lady fern, there we go. There we go. That should be fine now. So it brought it up to 97%. That's a great average now. They needed bearded dragons. Oh yeah, they need frill-neck lizard as well. Frill-neck lizard is another iconic, very famous lizard. That's not in the game. They only have iguanas. Actually, thinking about it, they have no lizards at all. They only have iguanas. They have two iguanas, the green iguana and the Antillean, greater Antillean iguana. So those are the only lizards in the game. That's very disappointing. No, no bearded dragons, no... Oh, I guess Gear Monster, right? Yeah, the Gear Monster counts. Okay, I guess that counts. That's a bearded lizard. But definitely should have more. I mean, lizards are very... No salamanders for amphibians. Bunch of other stuff. Alright, next animal. Let's see. Yeah, so... This is mostly nutrition. Oh, fine. Pangolin's having a bit of a nutritional issue. What's going on? What's going on, guys? Your last meal quality wasn't that great. Grade 1. Let's try to research better foods then. Chinese pangolin, okay. Is it rotting? Yeah, I think it's rotting, that's why. I have a lot of food bowls, but not much food. Oh, the pangolins are very cute. I like the animations. Are there monitor lizards? Yes, there's two monitor lizards. There is the Nile monitor and the Komodo dragon. Komodo dragon. And the Nile monitor. I was hoping for some more. Maybe the water monitor. Pandas, yes, there's pandas in this. I mean, even in this park, you want to see the pandas? There's pandas right here. This is our new panda exhibit, and there is a huge panda exhibit right here with baby pandas. Arboreal feeding platform right here. Galapagos on Manhattan. Do you mean iguanas? There are no Galapagos iguanas in this game. There's only green and lesser Antillean. Now we're just waiting for vet research. Oh, we can actually speed up the game. That's nice. So we need better food for the pangolin. We should unlock it the next one. And we need the layout features for the Amazonian giant centipede. We should come as well. Oh, actually, we've got some gifts. Ooh, so that might allow us to unlock some layout features now with the Amazonian giant centipede. Indeed it has. Hollow logs. Cool. There's a couple more levels as well. But we've brought up the welfare to 90%, which is the most important part. Is there polar bears? There's no polar bears. That was a huge disappointment to see no polar bears. I will be doing a video later, guys. I'm reviewing the entire roster of the animals, seeing what got announced, what didn't get announced, what's looking likely for DLC, stuff like that. So be tuned to check that out. I believe we have another one. No. Whoops. There we go, 3D facade. Add a bit of a rock wall. There we go. You can see the giant centipede right there. Yeah, there's no penguins or polar bears. People are thinking, in my Discord, some people are saying that could be a possibility for Christmas DLC with reindeers or caribou. Polar bears, Arctic fox, penguins, stuff like that. What else? How far are we up? 86%. We just need to drag it up a bit more. Oh no, what's going on? A wildebeest. Social stress. Animals distress. Too few adults and juveniles. Ah, okay. So, the wildebeest want more. Did we check their species data? 7? They want 7? Okay, we're gonna have to build a new exhibit for them. Yeah, let's build a new exhibit. Because they're definitely going way too overboard. And we can also solve the sort of the privacy issues they're having. I want to curve this. Curve sections. There we go. Okay, let's try this. Angle snap. So. Keep the light there. And then we'll have one-way glass. Make this long, about 10 meters. Definitely need to raise the walls here. Yeah, this is a fairly large space for the wildebeest, so that's fine. blue whales to swim about. Jesus. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. There we go. Let's switch this to brick. Oh, that looks much better. Actually, we can kind of change this to more of a chain link. Yeah, chain link's way better. Because this is going to be the private area where I'm going to have the shelter. So... then we have some more glass. Sorry, chain link. 10 meters. Don't hit it too high. 2 meters is fine. There we go. Wildebeest exhibit. Alright. Let's fix up the terrain a bit. I want to flatten from this angle. It would be very unrealistic to have blue whales. Blue whales have largest animals on Earth in a zoo, even in an aquarium. I mean, it's never happened. So, if anything, there'll be like dolphins, maybe orcas, killer whales, porpoises, but no way blue whale. Narwhals, maybe. Some of the smaller whales. I know in Zutakun too, they had bowhead whales and they had humpback whales. But yeah, that was fairly unrealistic. Okay, let's build a shelter before... I want a larger one, please. There we go. This will give some privacy to the animals. Let's flatten this terrain. There we go. Smooth this bit out here. Yeah, there's also no sloths in the game. I'll talk more about this topic in my next video. It's a very interesting topic because for me, there are no jaguars, there's no leopards, which are big zoo animals. Alright, let's get some habitat bedding for our wildebeest, and then yeah, I'm not doing too super creative yet. I'm just trying to get back into the zone of things, and then we'll do some really creative things with the conservatory and stuff. But right now, let's grab the wildebeest, try to save them from the small exhibit, which is somewhere. Keep forgetting where it is. Rain's making it hard to see. Right here? Yep, okay. Send you to storage. Send you to storage. Send you to storage. Okay, let's check again. So, black wildebeest, 1 male, 31 females. So only 1 male. We do have the 1 male already there. So we need more females. Damn, we only have 1. We only have 1 female in the market. So I guess it's fine for now, as long as we put more and more We'll keep up checking the market, see its update, and then see where we go from there. Obviously need to put a habitat gate for the zookeepers to enter. What's going on here? A bit of a weird glitch. There we go. That's better. Not sure why I was halfway in the ground there. Alright, well, let's grab all those animals. Move them all to this exhibit. Do the pangolins interact with the mud bath? They interact with the forager. So if we check out where the pangolins are, there is a sort of a mud bath thing here, a forage pool that the flamingos bathe in. So I can probably do something interesting with here in the future. Maybe merge this into with a lake. So the flamingos definitely do that. There's no mud path for the pangolins, but they do have that forage box. If I can find where they are. I keep forgetting where they are. Right here. This is a forage box enrichment. They have heaters as well. So the pangolins come in and they sift through the earth and they try to find some insects to eat. Extinct animals would be cool. It's kind of a controversial topic because we do have Jurassic World Evolution, which most people think it feels better to put Cenozoic animals there. Okay, how are our black wildebeests doing? Enrichment, pretty bad. We do need to get the food troughs and water for it. So, wildebeest. Put it there. Large food trough somewhere here. There we go. How many staff do we have? I feel like we're very far behind. Caretakers, keepers, no, we have plenty of keepers. So, let's call the keepers to habitats. Fill this up. Oh, look at that. Two males fighting. That's cool. Is there any more wildebeest? Yes, there is. Okay, so almost there at the 7 mark. Enrichment. Yes, let's get some enrichment. Food enrichment. 100% straight away. So I only need one of these. And hopefully one of these. No, we need another one. Grazing ball feeder. There we go. Right, so now their welfare is above 90%. Last meal quality can be solved later on, but 92% is fine. Because we're at 88% now, so we just need to kind of just bring up a couple more animals. Ooh, there we go. Our Amazonian giant centipedes. What is wrong? Nutrition. Call keeper, please. Maybe there is a mud thing later. Okay, so we got some nice enrichment now for the Amazonian giant centipede. 100%. We just need some nutrition now. Is a keeper coming? We have some hungry centipedes. Put some more keepers. Where's this guy going? Right, he's going to get the food, then he's going to go to the Amazon giant centipede exhibit and place it in. Right. So I guess we can kind of observe this. Can a keeper reach the tank? Well, I'm trying to find that out now. I mean, I'm guessing if the keeper's going through this animation, he probably can. But I think this should be our last one, because we're at 88%. Yeah, so these guys are the ones bringing down the average. I wonder what feed they were doing. Some worms? Chopped up mealworms, maybe? Not sure what centipedes eat. I don't keep insects. Don't they also eat like rotting wood? Yeah, so he can go through the fence. There we go, nutrition's bumped up. Right. Tick up, please. We got really good average now. Give it a couple bit of minutes to update, maybe. Oh, we're still at 88%. We're down to 87 now. Oh wait, we have some flamingos. Alright, what's wrong, flamingos? Enrichment. Ooh. Here we go. So greater flamingo. They already have a forage pool. I guess it's empty, that's why it's not really increasing. But the food enrichment's fine, the toy enrichment. Waterfall and metal frame. Oh, we can do a waterfall and metal frame.
Looks like you've got everything humming away nicely.
Wow, that is
well
nice.
Done. Oh, well, it seems that with our new pandas and other species, we've attracted lots and lots of new guests. Let's work on making sure those guests are kept happy. That means making sure they have great views of the animals, lots of places to buy food and drink, and, well, lots of places to get rid of food and drink. Toilets. You should think carefully about where to put your guest facilities, though. For instance, don't put all of the food shops in the same place. Just look at how the guests are distributed around the park and put your facilities where they'll be needed the most. As long as you remember to pay attention to what the guests are thinking, you'll soon have a handle on what everyone wants.
Is there a overlay of guests? Guest needs. Here we go. So if we see a lot of a group of reds, it means that that area is generally lacking. But I can't really tell right now because it seems like all the red guests are kind of very evenly spaced out, which is a good sign. It means that all the amenities, I think, are kind of... Yeah, they're kind of all over the place. We got guest facilities kind of everywhere. What does the game need us to do? Place a chief beef, place a cosmic cow milkshake. Cosmic cow, alright. Cosmic cow. Do we have any spare room? Pizza shop there. No, we don't have any spare room at all. Japanese macaques. Chief beef here. Looney Bins. So this is another guest area. Another guest area here. So Cosmic Cow milkshakes. I think we can kind of extend this here. Guest facilities, drink stalls, Cosmic Cow.
Oh, sounds like the inspector's almost here. Now, I fully expect you to pass with flying colours. Anything less, and I might have to organise a little job exchange scheme for you with whoever's mucking out the pandas.
Okay, so there's a path here. Path bench here that's kind of in the way, so we're trying to move that, or else people can't reach the Cosmic Cow milkshake. There we go. Receive a zoo inspection report with an overall star rating of 2.5. Okay, when's the inspector coming? Zoo inspector arriving at zoo. Alright, let's follow the inspector. She doesn't look too evil. Wait, is he still... Yes, we are still alive. I think after this mission, after this park, we're going to call it. And take a break. Like a 4-hour live stream, not too bad. Alright, let's see who she checks out. Speed up a bit. So she's targeting the red panda. The Algebra giant tortoise, giant panda, saber antelope, saltwater crocs. Okay, so she's checking out the saltwater croc now. Come on, give me that 5-star. Should be fine there, right? Yeah, look at that, 100%. Almost. She gave me 5 stars. Nice. She's checking out the Algebras. Four stars, that's okay. I just need to get 2.5-star average. I mean, she was at 97%. Not sure. Yeah, not sure what's going on there. Checking out the flamingos. No. Giant pandas. Checking out the giant pandas from here. Right. Ooh, look at that. 4 stars. They're starving though. Okay, that's not too big of an issue because we do have food there. I think the investor takes that into account. Trying to learn what the mechanics are so I can take advantage of it in the future. So she gave the antelope 5 stars, even though they're dehydrated. Alright, so that should be enough to get 2.5 stars. That's fine. Speeding up the game takes a pretty big chunk out of my FPS, gotta say. Right, we're done. So, 3 4 stars, 2 5 stars. So that's definitely like a 4.4 average. 4.3 average, so we've got the above 2.5. Which is pretty flexible. I mean, 2.5 is like terrible rating, right? That's a half rating. Where's she right now? Is she leaving? Yeah, she's leaving the zoo. Okay, so we gotta wait for her to leave the zoo. She counts as staff as well, that's interesting. So she can walk through the staff pass.
Goodness.
There we go.
I really can't believe just how much you've come on during our time together. It goes to show Bernie's got a keen eye for talent. Oh, and speaking of Bernie, he's not finished with you yet. He's got a new job for you in Canada.
Canada.
I get the feeling that you'd best pack a warm coat.
Canada.
Listen,
Timberwolves.
it's been wonderful getting to know you.
Brown
and I'm
bears,
sure we'll meet
grizzly
again. But in the
bears.
meantime, good luck.
Alright guys, hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. We had a bit of a crash in the middle
I've been
there.
told that there were smiles on the faces of all of the
But,
guests.
otherwise,
That's a real testament to the hard work you've put into this place.
Pretty productive.
And if anything, I hear the animals look even happier.
No leopards, jags, or panthers are the big
Although,
cats.
in all
Yeah,
honesty,
that's fairly
it's hard
disappointing.
to tell with the pandas. They're so,
So we have we have 2 tigers, a lion,
I'm told
and a snow
that
leopard.
Lin's quite the character, though.
But we don't have
Oh,
any other
she's
leopards.
really been a hit with the visitors.
Like Indian
you could even
leopards,
say the business
Javan
is
leopards,
bam booming.
African leopards. We have none of those. We have
And
no
fingers
jaguars.
crossed, we might even be able to feature pandas.
I think
in
there's
some
plenty
my
of monkey
other
types
zoos.
already.
Now
There's
that you've
2
shown
lemurs,
everyone we know how to cater for their welfare.
gorilla, bonobo,
I shouldn't be
orangutan.
surprised, though. After all, you've become
We
a
can check right
very
now.
capable trainee zoo manager. I suspect there isn't a single task I could throw at you
A
which
lot of
you wouldn't
primates,
handle with a
for
plum.
sure.
That said, I
Japanese
think the next
macaques.
one's gonna be a bit of a curveball.
Red ruff lemur, ringtail lemur, the gorillas, the chimpanzee. I think we have enough primates. Definitely missing some of the big cats, especially leopards and jaguars, because those are pretty common in zoos. We need more birds. Yes, we need an Avery DLC for sure. You just got here. Well, you can rewatch the stream. It's a 4-hour stream. I've been streaming for 4 hours, pretty long time. But I quite enjoyed the stream. You guys seem like you guys enjoyed it a lot, so I think we'll do some more streams in the future, playing the campaign. But for my other plans, I'm going to be playing offline the conservatory. So I'm going to be doing like actual speed builds and really detailed stuff, like, you know, this architecture and stuff. I'm really keen to try out, but that's definitely not a stream thing because it takes a really long time. Some caprine, some deer. I thought red deer was going to make the game for sure. No caprines, indeed. I was expecting ibex or bighorn sheep, maybe markhor. Yeah, but yeah, my next video will cover all the animals that were left out and analyze their possibility for DLC. Because I had about 30 expected animals, only about half of them made it into the game. There was a huge half that didn't make into the game. So, when is my next stream? Not sure, but I will post it on YouTube. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed. I'm off. Take care, lads. Until the next stream or until the next video.